So next slide. Next slide. So this is our she's me, Ika, Akmal, Dr. Alamin, and Ingrid, Api, and Hajar. Next. Content introduction, cemetery, tropical site, and specific mushroom bank. Introduction. Next.
Slide delay ke? Sekarang kat history kan?
Your times says ongoing, so maybe if Fikri couldn't, I think Fikri Lies has a bit of problems. Someone else maybe can take over.
Hello. Oh. So, in 1855, Lieutenant Ibrahim the capital city from Teluk Belanga, to Iskandar after the war, after he won his claim over Johor Chuan. Next into 1861, Johor Bahru, his coronation as the Maharaja of Johor Bahru. In 1950 until 1960, was set up to university work in the area. In 1978, the smaller local concepts were much and with SBEA2148 as the local authority in Johor Bahru. In 1990, Ali second Insulation in Singapore, he was able to secure via his company had to acquire a vast amount of land, ambitious new township Nusa Jaya. In 2001, MDJBT was granted.
What happened to the slides?
In 2011, in 2011, I remember had national had limited work 2 was established in 2007. In 2008, IAB and UWI established two public-private partnerships with phase development. In 2013, Mitsui and Co. acquired to 20% of IMI to support the development of maintenance smart city infrastructure and service. In 2014, Smart City Malaysia was endorsed by Prime Minister of Malaysia at meeting Kuala Lumpur. In 2016, Malaysia was renamed to its former prestige name, Iskandar Puteri by Sultan Ibrahim, current the Sultan of Johor. Johor Bahru Tengah Municipal Council and DJPT was upgraded to Iskandar Puteri City Council, which is MDP. Next. MIF is intention efforts to create a holistic city ecosystem conducive to the highest standard of living and today the shareholders of MIM include actors Sendirian Berhad with 16%, UWI 20%, and UCN4 20%, MIM with development triggered growth of Melbourne City, aiming to put it on the map, a new destination in the region. Furthermore, the development was focused on zone and during this, the goal line was completed. And Imagine also managed to new developers such as City Land and in 2050 and 2021, development and F has grown rapidly as well as development in area D. And 2025, Madani Iskandar Smart City expected to be fully developed. So with this focus of development, Madani is expected to build up its communities progressively and with sustainable environment. Okay. So the first one is globe. So this is our set and our set is located near the Sunway Big Box at the total area of our site is 4347 square meter or 1.07 acre. For the key plan here, our site is located at Madani Iskandar Puteri. And okay, so this is our section site, section AA and section BB. The red one, the red color is our proposed site. You can see at the left. So next. Basically, six zones. It is divided into 6 zones and our site is 20. In zone B, the development is young with high quality recreational and entertainment. So in Magic and equal access, as you can see at the right map, the blue color is the it refers to the suitable access for vehicle to the plot. So in Medini, they are considering the safety of the pedestrian vehicles into and out of the development plot to be controlled, and also to ensure the safety of the user. As you can see at the side plan at the top on our side, the egress and egress allowed is at the Pusara Medini River. So at that area to be our main entrance. Okay. So
Andika, I think you
for
can
the
stop
setback,
your video if you
setback
have
refers to
limit.
the minimum distance boundary or wall of another building. Okay. Alright. Okay. So for the setback, outside, 6 meter setback is from lot to lot, and 12 meter setback is from the main road. So there is few activities that are permitted within the setback zone, which is like cafe, merchandise displays, street vending stores, basking or entertainment, and street amenities and fixtures. In setback, there are zones, which is furnishing zone, pedestrian trophy zone, and frontage zone. For the furnishing zone, basically it provides the buffer between the active pedestrian walking area, which is the trophy zone, and the traffic and the street traffic. For the pedestrian trophy zone, it is for pedestrian travel only and should be entirely clear of obstacles, including traffic aprons, and for the frontage zone. The area basically is adjacent to the property line that may be defined by a parking facade, landscaping, or a fence. So as you can see at the right, at the picture of the at the right, it is shown the example of the setback zone for the 6 meter setback and 12 meter setback. For the 6 meter setback, the frontage zone is 4 meter and the pedestrian trophy zone is 2 meter. For the 12 meter setbacks, the frontage zone is 6 meter, while the pedestrian trophy zone is 4 meter. Okay. Next. So we're going to continue with the legal information. The plot ratio. The total maximum gross floor area that allowed to build in Medini should be 18791424057 square feet. And the common in gross floor area is there's 2 shaft corridors covered by uncovered basic changing rooms, canteen or restaurant with activity generating users. And the area that is in gross floor area is covered pedestrian walkway, mechanical or angular spaces, which is less than 1.5 meter, rooftop garden accessible to public area, links to transit station, links to the building. So the total gross floor ratio basically is 1.91. To calculate the gross floor area is by time the plot ratio. The plot ratio is timed by the total area of the building. For the plains area, the built area must be not exceed 60%. The area that excluded from the plains area calculation, non-habitable spaces, which is less than 2 meters, such as balconies, roof structure. The second area is facade treatments, such as sunshading device and louvers. And last one is the service staircase or emergency escape outside of building, which does not covered by wall. Next is the development control. For the street wall control, basically street wall control is introduced to monitor and loosely regulate the street wall as it shapes and enhance maintaining urban character. As you can see at the side plan, at the Pusara Medini, it is showing the blue color is showing the street wall for commercial or business edge, and at the right, which is the purple color, is showing the street wall for high street edge. Next. The site is located at strategic place as it is near the landmark, so the users can find the site easily. The weakness, some area near the site is not well maintained, and for the opportunity, the site can create as a new landmark that can attract more tourists. And for the threat, the pedestrians are exposed to danger due to the position of the site, which is located at the intersection. So we continue to the next.
Next is the neighborhood context. Firstly, we divided our site into micro, which consists of the 1,000 meter radius, and macro, which it covers up to 4,000 meter radius. So before we start neighborhood context, it is important to know the landmark and notes. The landmark, a landmark is a historically important, architecturally significant, or structurally significant building that has been preserved from alteration and destruction, where nodes is a centralized hub where there are activities and infrastructure to support it, such as residential, commercial, retail buildings, typically alongside public transport option. Next. Okay, so for the nearby building, it uses a micro radius, which is 1,000 meter. It consists of the Sunway Big Box, which took 1 minute or 750 meters by car and 4 minutes by foot. It is a two-story building, and the architecture style is industrialism, and it completed in December 2019. Other buildings that are nearby to Site P is the Caltech Sunway Skandar, Sunway Oval Track, Emerald Boulevard 88, Sunway Export Golf Driving Range, Export Sunway Skandar, Sunway Big Box, Site Office, and TNB near Site P. Next. There are also the IWK Medini, which is the waste water, and the Avira Medini, the TNB substation, PE Medini Lambetan, and the Sakura residence. All the buildings are in a good condition as they are new. And next is for the landmark for the micro, which is the 1,000 meter radius. It consists of the book access, which is in Sunway Big Box, the energy export, which is also in Sunway Big Box, and the export Sunway Skandar. As for the nodes, consists of the NSK Trade Center, Trade City Nusa Jaya and River Height, the Emerald Boulevard 88, as it consists of many shop lots, and the Sunway Oval Track as Medini. It encourages the users of bicycle and pedestrians, so the Sunway Oval Track is a good place for them to spend their evening. Next. As for the landmark, for the macro, which is up to the 4,000 meter radius, it consists of the Majlis Bandaraya Iskandar Puteri, Medini 9 Office, Macro Link International Land Malaysia Terminal Berhad, Dataran Kota, Majlis Kota Iskandar, Puteri Harbour, Legal Land Malaysia, Glen Eagles Hospital, Medini Johor. Next. As for the nodes, which is also the micro, which is up to 4,000 meter radius, it consists of the Sunway International School, Sunway Iskandar, Sunway Citrine Hub, Edible Park, Heritage Forest, Sekolah Kebangsaan Pendas Laut, Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan Kompleks Sultan Abu Bakar, Sirih Recreation Park, and Signature Lake. Next. Sekolah Kebangsaan Medini and Mall Medini also includes in the macro nodes. And as next is for the future development, we cover up the micro, which the upcoming development is the Sunway Hotel and Office, which is located in the Sunway Big Box, and the Sunway Great Residences, which both of the Sunway Hotel and the Great Residences will be completed in 2021 this year. As for we also include the south skyline, which is just opposite and our site B, to give the idea of the surrounding context and the neighborhood context in that could affect our building design. Next. As for the zoning, we include 5 types of zoning, which is the the residential distribution, mixed-use distribution, commercial distribution, park and open space distribution, and community facility distribution. As for the commercial distribution, it consists of the commercial and service apartment. For the mixed-use distribution, it is when more than one activity is permitted for a building or groups of building in a significant of land. And then the community facility distribution, which consists of the primary school, secondary school, integrated school, private school, mosque or religious school, community center, police station, and fire station. And the park and open space distribution is to ensure that the urban biodiversity of the area is sensitive to the existing ecosystem. As you can see, we divided it into the existing development and future development so that we get a better and clearer view of how Medini will develop in the future. Next. And last is the residential, where it is mostly in Heritage Zone E, and it consists of the terrace, semi-detached, bungalow, vertical strata, and landed strata. So for our macro, we found out a few architectural styles, which is the Islamic architecture, and it is known for its radiant color, rich pattern, minaret, domes, muqarnas, vaulting, and arches. As for the industrial architecture, such as the Sunway brick box, it describes a minimalist style of surface decoration, industrial material, clean line, flat roof, jutting edges, and polished surface. And lastly is the modern architecture, which is based upon new and innovative technologies of construction, minimalist, and reduction of ornament. So for the SWOT analysis, we found the strength of this site, which is it is a well-planned city for future and existing zoning, allows an organized placement of buildings. For the weakness, the growing city have not fully developed yet, resulting in less building or infrastructure. For the opportunity, we found that it could promote a better lifestyle for the users, as most of their needs are easily reachable. And lastly is the threat, where the inactive space is created, which leads to the increase of criminal activities. And that is it for our neighborhood context.
Next is landscape planning, landscape physical features. In Medini, they have softscape. Softscape is the component of landscaping that includes planting ground covers, either turf or open end vegetation, and the tree planting elements of landscaping. Softscape is divided into 8 planting zones. This zone carry across the design sector. Different grouping of plant material from the corresponding zone can be used in different sectors. This can help differentiate the landscape of each sector within a given zone. Next. Next is vegetation. There are 3 types of vegetation at our site. The first one is trees. Golden Panda was planted at the south area of proposed site at the middle of the road as landscaping. Other trees like Suriname cherry, Senegal mahogany, and black witter considered as wild tree because the tree is already there. It's not planted for landscaping. Patent fig was planted for landscaping at the middle of the road at east side of proposed site, and airport tree was planted along the road for shading for pedestrian and cyclists. Next is weeds are wild plants grown in our site. There are 5 types of weed that I can identify, which is Congo grass, coat buttons, quiet grass, tropical gilderpot, and Rhodes grass. Next, purple flower and Mexican petunia was planted at the middle of the road at south together with Golden Panda as landscaping. And the last one is with Ciranda is considered as wild plant grown in the proposed site. Next, there are 2 types of soil, which is loam soil, it's used for landscaping, and the other one is clay soil for proposed site. Next. Okay, this is the type of animals exist in our site. Next. For SWOT, For SWOT, the strength is there are a lot of vegetation along the pedestrian walkway around the site. The trees can provide a shaded area for pedestrian and cyclists. For the weakness in our site is bare and exposed. It only filled with wild plant and not shaded by trees. It can attract dangerous animals. For opportunity, we can plant more trees for our proposed site to provide shaded area. And for threat, the roots of the tree along the road may overgrow and cause disturbance in future. It might be dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists because there's a lot of wild animal like wild dog, monkey, and rat. Next.
Alright, good morning. My name is Nazu, so I'll be the next presenter about man-made feature. So just now, Fina's talked about the natural features, so I'm the other way around, which is the man-made feature, mainly about human-made things around the site. So as you guys know, our site is actually a new developing place, so therefore, the things that I found in the site is mostly is around near the site. So we'll go to the main mate, which is mostly about the signage, the pedestrian walk, bus stop that consists in the legends. And next will be amenities, which is a facility that of a building that particularly on our site. So there are the nearest us is the jogging track, and the across the road is Sunway Big Box. Pedestrian walk also has around our site. And the next one, which is utilities, which organization that supplying the community that consists in our site, which mostly about basic things like signage, electrical, sewage drainage, existing building, lamppost, and manhole. And next one, we'll go to the SWOT analysis. So the first one, which is the strength that I found in this our site, is the site activities are much lively during the night compared to the day. So we might need to give more attention towards the night activities, such as our design, the security, pedestrian walkway, that we can lead the users to use our site during the night also. Next, the weakness, where there are lacks of surveillance because we are newly developed, right? So there are not much security in our site. Plus, there are lots of utilities that left unclosed. As you can see around our site, there are mostly the manhole are not closed. As you guys know, there are also cyclists and pedestrian walk just across the road. Yeah, because the Sunway Big Box is near us. And then the opportunity, which is around our site, there are much public spaces. Mostly the the parking area, which are for the jogging track and also Sunway Big Box. Last but not least, which is our threat, where the potential of crime in the site are very high due to our open spaces. As you guys stand in our site, you can see 360, the overtrack, the back road of the site, and the Sunway Big Box, of course. So therefore, we need to increase and improve the future user safety by putting some man-made features. All right, thank you. That's all from me.
Good morning, my name is Taufik. I will continue with the circulation. So circulation on site analysis basically is a vehicle and pedestrian movement in, through and around the site. Consider the timing of this movement and duration of heavier pattern. Future traffic and road development should also be considered. Next slide. I have annotated the number on microplan and provide the view at Jalan Persiaran Medini 2, Persiaran Medini 5, Lebuh Medini Utama, and also Persiaran Medini 3. Next slide. So for the traffic diagram, it's a summary for the data that cover route A, B, and C in certain time recorded. As we can see on the graph here, the percentage is high for pedestrian on 3 different routes due to the people that pass by to go to the Sunway Big Box and also to the construction site. Next slide. On this slide, there is a path on site and pedestrian walkway pattern. Pedestrian walkway pattern has been recorded during the site visit. As we can see, mostly they tend to go to the oval track, Sunway Big Box, and also construction site. Next slide. The SWOT. So for the strength, strategic location near to commercial and residential area, a clear circulation path. For the weakness, do not have proper transition from one place to another, and cover walkway which is highly exposure to sun and rain. For the opportunities, invite more youth to the site area and have potential to become more livable as the site context is under development. And for the threat, an attend pedestrian walkway that can cause harm to the user. Bicycle lane does not have buffer, which is bolat, which may cause accident. That's all. Thank you.
Next is for sensory. So we include 6 images for the view from the side, as can be seen in the map. Next, as for the hearing, there are 2 types of noise, which can be found, which is from the construction, which is from the Sunway Big Box, and the noise in the form of music from Sunway Big Box parking. And as for the smell, there are two types of bad smell, which is first is from the lorry smokes due to the construction, and then from the sewerage near the construction. As for the touch, there are 2 types, which is the wall texture and the pavement. As for the wall textures, it consists of the graffiti drawing and the textures of the buildings itself. Next. As for the pavement, there are a few types of pavement, which is the tactile pavement, which is useful for the blind path crossroad, the brick arrangement for the pedestrian crossroad, the concrete stamping on the pedestrian walkway, and the texture of synthetic turf in the Sunway track oval. Next is the bird eye view of the side B, as can be seen in the slide. Next. So this is the view towards the side. We include 8 view towards the side, which cover up the north, south, east, and west of the side. Next. So for the SWOT analysis, the strike is we get the clear view from the front road and junction, which can attract people to the side. As you can see, the side is close to the junction. And the weakness, the loud noise from the construction site can cause discomfort to the users. As for the opportunity, it can enhancing the visual appeal towards the site as a center of attraction in that area. And as for the threat, the programs held in the site will be affected due to the construction noise. That's it for sensory.
Okay, so good morning everyone. My name is Wei Hong. So I will continue with climate. So the first thing here is about the sun path. As you can see from the side plan, the both smaller end of the site is actually facing towards the east and also the west. So the sun will rise from the east at 7 a.m. and then set at the west at 7 p.m. and on the top of the site at 1 p.m. And regarding the wind direction, the major wind direction is coming from the north direction and also the south direction. And the north side of the site is actually empty, so the wind can actually go to the side easily. And from the north and from the south, there's only some AB box, but it's only 2 level building, so the wind can easily pass through the gap and also from the top of the building. So here's the next will be the shadow casting of the site. So it's done based on the equinox and the solstice and also the time stated here. So basically, the site is not being shadow casted by anything, so it's completely exposed to the sunlight. So next will be the graphical analysis of the climate. So all these data are taken from the previous 5 years from 2016 to 2020, and for temperature annually, it increased throughout the year slightly. And then for the monthly, the highest temperature is during the April. And for the hours interval, the highest temperature is during the noon 12. And then for the wind speed throughout the years, it's actually increased slightly and achieving the highest at the early of 2020. And then for the monthly, the highest wind speed is during February, while for the hour interval, the highest wind speed is during the 3 p.m. afternoon. And then next will be the rainfall. For annually, the rainfall is actually fluctuated greatly throughout the years. And for the monthly, rainfall exceeds 100 mm throughout the years, except for the February and the July. While for the number of rainy days is exceeding 20 days throughout the years, throughout the months. And then for the hour interval, the highest rainfall is during the 3 p.m. afternoon. While for the relative humidity, it's actually remaining high and also have a slight increase in range throughout the years. And for the monthly relative humidity, the highest is during the December, while for the hours throughout the day, the relative humidity actually remain high at 70% above, except for the afternoon from 12 to 3 p.m. Next will be about a human comfort level. So basically, there's two kind of data taken, and inside the solid line border is the data from online, and also the data from the site will be in the dotted line box. So basically here is a comparison between the data get from both sides and also how it differs from the comfort value that we have. And then here's another important thing in Johor Bahru district, which is the natural disaster, the flash flood, as Johor Bahru district is a hotspot for flash flood. So Bani Iskandar even is not now, but maybe it can become, it have the tendency to become a flash flood area if the development is not being planned well. So here are some possible future issue. So the first thing here is the high exposure to the direct sunlight under the hot and humid climate will speed up the wear and tear of the external finishes. And then with the development of Medini master planning, the building and the population on the site will have the tendency to get denser and denser. So this may lead to the sound and air pollution. And then lastly, to conclude, the strength of the site is actually the temperature remain quite consistent throughout the year and having great amount of natural rain flow. And then for the weaknesses, it's actually having high exposure to the sunlight. So it's for the outdoor activity is not that favorable. And the high humidity also contribute to a high field temperature. And the opportunity here is to propose a building with orientation and design which utilize the natural wind flow. And lastly, the trick here is that strong wind during the heavy rain and storm may cause damage to the building on the site. That's all for my part.
Good morning, my name is Minwei, and I want to continue with human and culture. In this plan, including the pedestrian walkways, stage spot, entrance, bicycle, and seating. Here are the festival and event held around the site. Next. Next is the recreational activities. Most of the activities are from the X Park, for example, archery and kayaking. Next. After that is the lifestyle and activities. People usually stay in their home in the morning. At the afternoon, people go to somewhere big box mall for lunch. In the evening, people usually do some recreational activities. And at night, people fill up their homes and the streets, they're quiet. In addition is demographic based on a questionnaire given up to 20 respondents. Most ethnicity is Malay. Most age group is between 19 to 30, and male is more than a female. The most religion is Islam. Most family size is 4 to 6, and people usually go there with private car, and people usually shopping at that area with their family members. And the most industry there is services. The safety level at the site is around 4, and the people's opinion on our project is they support strongly and they think Medini is clean and peaceful. Next. And the issues around the site is lack of maintenance, littering wild animals, like example monkey and dogs, less bicycle lane, noise pollution, car theft, burglary, and marijuana drug. Next. And the strength around the site is often lively with lots of leisure exciting activities, and here got the strong community and able to measure the annual events. And there are many pedestrian walkways which are very convenient for pedestrians. And the weakness here is vandalism, littering, sound pollution, wildlife occurring around the site, and there are no religious buildings nearby, such as churches, mosques, temples, and others. And the opportunity is this project offers aspects that meet the needs of the local community and tourism, and it enhances the positive aspect of the site's character and ameliorates the negative aspects. And the threat is there was a lack of safety and security issues at the site, and investigation of the area revealed the possibility of crimes such as car theft, marijuana smoking, bricks, and others. That's all for my part.
So this is the site model that we did.
Next is the thermal profile and the sensory mapping. From the site visit, 3 roads has been chosen near with the proposed site. The first road located along the Pesisarian Central Medini 18. We have pinned 9 checkpoints along the road to make the observation with all human sensors. Next, for the sensory mapping, overview of the road is surrounded with tree and the road is slightly quiet. Next, for the thermal profile at first road, the temperature is at the comfort level was only achieved in the beginning of the checkpoint 10 to 11 a.m. and 5 to 6 p.m. For the humidity, the time frame is 2 to 3 p.m. reach the human comfort, while at 5 to 6 p.m. it reach the human comfort for the wind flow. The daylight is lower for the 5 to 6 p.m. because it was raining in the evening. Next, for the site analysis, next again. For the SWOT analysis, the strength is it's surrounded by natural environment and natural shading from trees, and the weakness is unintended landscaping, block the pathway of the road, and a troop of monkey will disturb the cyclist. For the opportunities, an alternative road if there is a congestion at the main road, and it can make a bicycle road that and harm the cyclists from the vehicles, and the threat is a quiet and hidden place, so it can lead to crime at that area. So, and it also has possibility of littering from the irresponsible people. Next, for the road 2 is located at SBEA2148, 5, which is located at the main road of for the site. For the sensory mapping, the sound of road is a bit noisy with the sound from the vehicles, malls, and the construction area. Next, for the site thermal profile of this road, 5 to 6 p.m. reach the human comfort for the temperature and the wind flow, while the daylight is lower at 5 to 6 p.m. because it was also raining. Next, for the SWOT analysis, the strength is the main road enter the site is clear for the circulation path. For the weakness is lack of pedestrian walkway might risk the pedestrian safety for access at the road. For the opportunities is neighbor mall can attract the youth to the site area, and the threat is sound pollution and construction dust that can harm citizens around the area. Next. And lastly, for the road 3, which is located along the Lebo Medini Utama. Next, for the sensory mapping, only vehicles, cyclists, TNB, power station, and parking that can be seen along the road. Next, for the thermal profile, the data is still same, which only 5 to 6 p.m. that reach human comfort level for temperature and wind flow. The next 10 to 11 a.m. and 2 to 3 p.m. reach the human comfort level for humidity. And lastly, the daylight is lower for 5 to 6 p.m. also because there's also raining at the evening. And lastly, for the SWOT analysis, the strength is the various types of texture of the pavement to represent the road. For the weakness is uncovered drainage cause unpleasant smell along the pedestrian walk. For the opportunities, it can be the main road as this road facing the Sunway big box. And lastly, the threats is unattended landscaping block the pathway of the pedestrian walk. Next.
Okay, so now my name is Nur Asha Binti Azmi, so I'm going to continue with the site synthesis for tropical design element and building studies. Next slide. So this is our site model. So this is for the sum path diagram for our site for us to design later. Next. Okay, so for building studies, we choose 3 types of different typology building. So first, Majlis Modern Iskandar Putri, which is office, Avira is residential, and Velvet Emerald 88 is the shop. So next. Okay, so first we go for Majlis Modern Iskandar Putri. So the window chosen is located at MBIP office, as I mentioned earlier. So the space that is chosen is mentioned, this is function as a place for the workers to keep their files, and the area of the space is 6 times 8 meter. So the window that is used is the double casement window. So next, okay. So this is the sampah diagram of the building, the elevation view, the plan view, and also the section view. So the materials that is used for the window is aluminium framing painted black, and also glass panel, and also for the wall and the floor is the brick wall, the brick. Okay, so next. So this is our graph for the luminance level, data for illuminance, and also the light factor. So as you can see here, the level of the illuminance is too low for a file room, which will make the space is too dark. So the illuminance level at the space sorry, similar yang tadi. Okay, so the illuminance level at the space is at range 100 to 200 lux, which is not suitable. For suitable lux is 300 to 400. So next, so we improve the window by to let more the sunlight into the space. So we enlarged by adding another panel. So this is the improved illuminance, daylight factor, and also luminance of the place. So now the luminance level is at range from 300 to 400 lux, and for the daylight factor is 1 to 3%, which is comfortable for the workers. So next. This is the comparison between the existing and the proposed alternative after we propose to add another panel to the window. Next. Okay, so now we will continue with Avira. So Avira is a residential building located in Medini, and the window chosen is used for master bedroom on the second floor of the house. As you can see, the big one up there. And this is the location of Avira. Next. Okay, so this is the SAMPAF diagram, elevation view, plan view, and section view. And the materials that used for the window is glass panel, brick wall, and also the aluminum framing painted black. Next. So this is the graph for illuminance level of the window and illuminance data, and also the light factor. As you can see here, it's so many rate, which is very high lux for just a master bedroom. A suitable lux for bedroom is 100. So now it's about 100 to 300 lux, which is so too high for a bedroom. Next. Okay, so this is the solution that we propose, which is the size of the window is reduced, and also a shading device is added to control the amount of light entering the space. This is after illuminance, daylight factor, and also luminance. So now it become like the range of the lux is about 100 to 200 only. So next. This is the comparison between the existing and proposed alternative. So now it's become more comfortable and not that that much lux get into the building. So next. This is Emerald Boulevard 88. So for the shop, and the window study taken is from the shop lot, and it is tilted from the building. And the area of the space is 12.6 times 7.6 meter with 4 casement window of each. So next. So this the SAMPAF diagram of the place, elevation view, plan view, and section view. So they use glass panel, aluminum framing painted black, concrete for the under window, and also brick wall for the wall. Next. This is the graph of illuminance level, data of illuminance, and daylight factor of the building. So the window design is tilted facing toward the west, causing high amount of internal lux in the afternoon, which is not ideal for a shop. So next, so to avoid direct western sunlight, we tilted the mirror. The tilted mirror window is mirrored, and also the window length is reduced, and accurate design is added to reduce the penetration of daylight. So vertical shading elements are added in between accurate design to reflect daylight into building instead of entering directly. So this is the new illuminance, daylight factor, and luminance of the proposed alternative. Next. This is the comparison between the existing and the proposed alternative. So as you can see, it become better now that after we propose the alternative. So that's all from me. Next.
The last part of our presentation is the action plan. Firstly is the site analysis and synthesis in this diagram, including the SAMPAF, wind direction, vegetation, and others. Next is permeability and connectivity. Firstly, there are not enough physical lanes, so it's proposed to be more bicycle lanes, and there is an abandoned bus shelter near the site. So it's therefore proposed to refurbish this bus stop to make it more easier for people to come to our building. And we suggest this pedestrian walk to add covered walkways in certain overhead areas. And the next is the site is sparsely populated at night, and small number of street lights in the city could give rise to the possibility of crime and pose a danger to nearby residents. It's recommended that more street lights be added near the site so the residents are not afraid to pass through it at night. And the fifth is the small number of trees in the city of the site, and the preponderance of young trees do not provide shades, so it's propose to plant more trees to make the area less hot and provide shade. And the last one is this site has a high crime rate. So to reduce the crime rate, we propose to build a park on the site. Next. This is the site master plan that we designed, which the name is FLARE. FLARE is a park which is vision to promote a skill or ability to appreciate or make good use of the facilities at the park. And the concept is because Zone D is a creative zone and we want to connecting people with creativity through the interactive zones where people can easily release their inner creativity. And the main activities venue are divided into 3 types of activities depending on the upcoming project, including the education, recreation, and sports. Next. And this is our master plan. The first one is the Sunway Over track. The second is the basketball court. The third one is the tennis court, climbing wall, bicycle and golf cart rental, outdoor gym, circular car park, on, Rare Park logo, on, air exhibition, maze, plus study area, another maze and study area, garden, sculpture, garden, open stage, kites area, picnic area, playground, observation tower, pond, and garden. That's all from group 1. And then
Okay. Hope you like it. Do you like it? I mean, for the group, do you like your master plan?
Yes.
You have to, yeah. Okay.
yeah, we like it.
Okay. The presentation for the first group is slightly long. Normally for the first ones, I allow a bit more time because everyone needs to settle down, things like that. But for the coming groups, okay, please plan your presentation times according to the time given. If you present longer, it will you will eat into the Q&A sections, okay? Okay, we will open to all the panels. Dr. Izura, Dr. Intan, Dr. Azalina, if you have anything to questions on the scheme, or you would like to get more information. Since the presentation is a bit long, so we will allow approximately like 10 minutes for the Q&A sections. Okay, maybe I will start first. Okay, could all of you just briefly highlight to me the main strength and the main weaknesses of your site? After you have done all the site inventory, the site analysis, the site synthesis, could you just give me this one's main strength for your site? You know, what's the strength that your site has, and what is the main problem your site is facing? Anyone from the group could just, pop in to answer this. Anyone still? For you, when you look at your site, after you have done all the site inventory, site analysis, site synthesis, which exactly is the one thing that you think that the site is so strongly portraying, or the one thing?
So
Okay.
as for the Wei Hong,
You sambung.
okay, so as for the strength, we think the main strength of our site is the location itself, the position of the building, which is directly in front of a well-known building, which is the Sunway Big Box, and also the landmark. It makes it and also at the junction where people where that is the main road that people use. So I guess the site itself is the position of the site itself is strategic, and I guess that is our main strength. Where from that site we will get to probably show our design better. We can attract people better due to the strategic location, and that is from my opinion.
Okay, but when you look into your master plan, did you actually try to portray the strength?
Firstly, I think we did try by as our activities, mostly our activities are outdoors. So I guess having outdoor activities can attract people, as people can see what the activities that are happening in our master plan, and as they can see directly, they can be attracted easily, as they know what they want. This activities is interesting, so they can visit. They just by passing through that site, they can know the activities. They can and we
Okay.
can attract them.
Okay, if I will just let me take over the screen for a short while. If I will just to highlight a bit is that okay, the main strength is given by you, by the group to me, saying that you know this Sunway Big Box is actually a very important, and that's why your site is strategically located here. But when I look at your master plan, I didn't see any intentions that you want to connect this park to your site. Rather, you know, is everything is inflated, shaded. It's like, okay, you try to cut it away, kind of feelings. Okay, that's why I posed the questions, and I want to see how you actually respond it through your master planning. Okay, if you have seen that this is the big important strength for your site, that you already have notes here, very strong notes here, people coming here, and you have the strength to attract people coming to here, then maybe, you know, this is the route that you want to emphasize slightly more to create, to give people a kind of feeling that is much more easier to approach to your site. This is one of my thoughts on that. Okay, and there are few other things on the when I note down here is that but we do not have a lot of time to go into it. First one is that when I look into your site analysis, I think all of you did quite a nice job at your site inventory. I especially appreciate when you actually go through the Medini master plan and highlighting the things within it, trying to understand the Medini master plan guideline. That is one good effort. But when I look into the site analysis and site synthesis, I find that, you know, after all the inventory being done, the site analysis and synthesis, it doesn't reflect the inventory that you have done. It has become, you have go back to the simples, you know, sun path, going to the site, vegetations, rather than incorporating the things that you have done earlier, you know, the SWOT analysis in it, telling us like where exactly, you know, is the pedestrian, you know, having all these, I think the permeability and connectivity is one of the issues we try to tackle, but it is best that you highlight whatever things on the plan that you think that it need to be. For example, talking about the bicycle lane, where exactly is the bicycle lane that you want to see it being connected, rather than just saying that we want to upgrade the bicycle lanes, you know. So all this, if you could incorporate into the plan, the site analysis will look, we're able to reflect whatever things that you have done from the very first slide until now. Currently, it looks a bit disconnected, but it's a good effort. I know, you know, with 3 weeks, you have to do all the site inventory and master plans. And this is the very first time you touch on the master plan. And I personally assume most of our group, they started the master plan this week. So it still need a bit of touch up, a bit more refined, retunes on it. And when I look at your master plan, the first thought is that it seems like you have wiped out all the initiate planning that already in place, like the walkway along the sides, you know. I believe that there was this walkway around here that is half curved, trying to form a roundabout around here. When I check on your master plan, it's gone. You could improve it, but provided you have actually highlighted why why is it, you know, why must it be improved, and is it because the previous planning isn't well planned that you want to improve it? Currently, I feel like, you know, it is like a totally a new master plan, that you wipe up totally everything from the previous and then you just start on a new one. So those are the things you need to look into it when you work on the master plan. Okay, I think I will just stop at there. There are some other things that I will highlight, but I will give you a written message at the chat box so all of you could look into that. Okay, the rest of the workplace master, do you have anything to voice?
Yeah, can I say something?
Oh, sure.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for your presentation and your good effort. Not just to Dr. Fadina's work base. I think it's for everyone who I think you have done a very good job. I did manage to browse through all the works before the presentation start just now. I think some comments for Dr. Fadina's work base is that you have considered a lot of things inside your inventory and analysis. I think one of the good important thing that you have highlighted is that you consider about the information of human comfort level at your site, which I hope that you can implement all the information that you have inside into your design later. And I am interested to know more about the information that you mentioned just now. You did mention about marijuana drugs. So where did you get that information actually?
From the newspaper.
Sorry?
From the newspaper. Just
Newspaper.
Osman News. Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. And then in regards to your master plan, I can see that you have designed a nice which a lot of outdoor activities in there. But then I didn't see much on the connection of the master plan to its surrounding. So can any one of you explain further how can your master plan responding or connect to its surrounding area? Because I can only see there's one pedestrian pathway connected to the X Park. But how about the other part of the master plan?
And the other part of the master plan is connected to the other buildings surrounding our site.
So how do you connect that? Is it through like a pedestrian walkway as well, or to a bridge, or I don't know? Do you have any idea on that?
The bicycle and the golf cart link. I provided at the every ends of the circle, the center there. So the people can easily go to the other buildings with the golf cart or the bicycle.
Right. So and then I agree that what A.R. Chan mentioned just now, it seems like you have eliminated all the existing things on site. Do you have any reason why you eliminate all of them? For example, like the pedestrian walkway that exists there.
The pedestrian walkway there is lack of maintenance, and the shape I think is not fixed in our site. So I decided to change it to more suits us.
I see. I think probably next time during your presentation, you can probably mention that what's the existing condition of it, and what are you trying to eliminate, and what are you trying to maintain in your proposal. So that will help us to understand more about your proposal. Okay. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Noted.
Right.
Okay. Others? Dr. Azalina, anything? Dr. Intan?
Hi. Okay. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi. Hi. Good morning to everyone. I think all the point is same with Architect Chan and also Dr. Izura. Uh, uh, I think the most of I think not only Dr. Fatzina work based. I think mine also because of they have done the SWOT analysis, but then they did not apply. For example, like strength. Then strength supposed to be you carry out the element of strength to your proposal to your master plan, and then if you threat, and then what is your solution? The weaknesses. What is your solution towards the this weaknesses towards the threat. So what is your solution, and then you are trying to propose into your master plan, but then your master plan did not carry out, or what is the SWOT analysis. And then opportunity, for example, this is opportunity, a lot of opportunity that you can bring also because of like Dr. Izura said, the condition. So that's condition, and also what is the existing, what is the weaknesses, and then through the synthesis, supposedly you need to carry forward towards your design. Actually, I think most of us, most of you, uh, did not aware on the how to bring the SWOT analysis is. If not, then it's just a SWOT analysis. It's just SWOT, but you did not carry forward the element of SWOT actually into your master plans. So that is the problem, I think. After this, you are try to look back on your SWOT analysis, find out what is the strength, conclude at all the element, the weaknesses. This must be problem, the threat must be problem, and then you try to solve it through your design, through your proposal. So that's my comment, I think. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Intan?
Okay, I think every web-based master already given the same comment, which is I agree with that. So not much from me. Just
Okay.
we'll look
Yeah.
through the others. Okay.
Okay, good. It's a good job done for work-based certified, and we understand that actually master plan wasn't a components in your previous uh, um, previous senior works, okay, but we incorporated in. Is a first. We understand that you have just try out your hands-on master plans. A lot of things to learn from it. And I believe that after this, your lecturer will go through reviews on some of the things you must upgrade slightly for your project A. Okay. Anyway, well done, and we will continue with site E. We will have to fix the times a little bit. So up to 30 minutes, we will give a bit of highlight. Okay, then hopefully within 5 to 10 minutes, you can wrap up. Okay. So based on the intent, the floor
Okay,
is
hello.
yours now. Yep.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and good morning to all the lecturers and my fellow friends. First of all, I would like to apologize because I cannot open my camera due to internet connection. Okay. So sorry.
We want just to make sure it's Amal, right? Not someone else, right? No, right? Okay. Okay, please start. Okay.
Okay, we are from Base Tintan and would like to present our set analysis. Okay, this is our group members, and we have 12 members, and this is our table of content. Consists of introduction, next linear. Okay, consists of introduction, site inventory, and environmental understanding. Okay, next. Okay, first of all, I would like to explain about the location. Firstly, the location. Our site is located in Johor Bahru, inside Nusajaya, within Medini compound, in front of Sunway Big Box, near to Persiaran Medini 5 and Leboh Medini Utama. Okay, next. Okay, this is the section of the site. From our observation, what we can see from the site is, okay, first, the tallest building is Sunway Big Box Hotel itself. It is about 65 meters. And then most of the building is below than 25 meters high. Most of the site is flat area, but some places are a bit slopey. And then lastly, for vegetation, most of them are within 10 to 15 meter height. Okay, next. Okay, legal. This is the data that we got for the legal part. Okay, first, for plot ratio and height, for most of the class, shop lot, it should be 4-story or less. And for the freestanding building, it should be 1:3 ratio. And for the class B3 and B5, shop lot, it should be 4-story or less, same with the first one. And then the freestanding building, it should be 1:6 plot ratio. Lastly, class B15, freestanding building should be 1:6 plot ratio. Okay, this is the diagram, as we all can see on the right side, shows the 6 meter and 12 meter setback. Okay, next. Okay, parking. For parking, this is the requirement for each type of development. The requirement for disabled parking is 2% of total requirement. Okay, next. Okay, now we go to street wall control. This is the legal requirement for street wall control. Within our site boundary, we have high street edge and business or commercial edge. For high street edge, there are 3 examples, which are 12 meter setback, 6 meter setback, and then next, 0 meter or without any setback. Next. Okay, next lagi. And for commercial or business, both of them should be 12 meter setback. And you guys can see the details here in the table below. But actually, group 1 has already explained in quite detail for me. So I will just go through briefly. Then next, we go to zoning. Okay, this is the zoning that we have in Medini. We have mixed use, commercial, park and open space, residential, community facility, and infrastructure. Okay, next. For our specific site, it is within commercial zoning. This is the detailed mapping of our zone. Within our site boundaries, most of the zone will be commercial. Then a little bit of drainage and open spaces. Okay, SWOT for zoning. First, the strength. There are many buildings that that have complete facility within 3 meter radius. And then the weakness, the site is surrounded with undeveloped area other than the Sunway big box. And then the opportunity, the site boundary is within 3 different development zones. So we have a lot more opportunity to develop our specific site. And then the threat, the future development within the site boundary have too many constraints. Okay, next, we go to history. For your information, our group presentation will only consist of 4 presenters. So I will explain about quarter of the whole presentation. Okay, now let's talk about briefly about the history of Johor. This is the map of Johor and all the districts. Okay, Johor Sultanate. Johor Bahru was founded in the states of by the state of ruler Temenggung Dai Ibrahim in 1855. Johor Bahru used to call as Tanjung Puteri or Iskandar Puteri back then. And the development, the village grew rapidly into a town during the reign of Sultan Abu Bakar. And the development continued until the first decade of the 20th century. World War II, Japanese army invaded, took control of Johor and at the end of January 1942. And the strategic location helps Japanese army win the Battle of Singapore. And today, Johor expanded further from the 1960s onwards. Johor Bahru has become Malaysia's second largest urban area. And next, the morphology of Medini. You can see here from 2007 and then 2009 and then 2012. Next. Okay, 2014, 2016, and then until the current now. Okay, next. The original name of Medini is Ujung Medini, and these are some of the past events held in Medini. Okay, next. Human culture. Next. Daniel. Or is it just me? The slide isn't moving. Daniel, the first slide of human culture. Okay, human culture, this is the data that we got for human culture. For population in Johor, we divided into 4 categories, which are gender, the age group, nationality, and ethnic group. For people in Medini, we can see that the data of the age range, 80% of the people live in Medini are from within 20 years old until 70 years old. And the employment, it is either students or workers. And income, we have medium and high range income. Education, it is either secondary or degree qualification. Degree, religion, the people in Medini comes from all races and religion. And origin, most of the elites come from Johor Bahru and Singapore. Okay, next. The main economy of Medini are tourism, healthcare, educational, financial, creative industries, and trade logistics. Okay, so analysis for history, for human culture is first the strength, better living experience. People live in this area have the better living experience, and then the weakness, since this area is new developing area, is a developing area, so it is lack of identity in culture itself. And then the opportunity, so bila dah lack in culture, so it is our chance lah to create the new identity and identity growth in community for this site. And then the threat is ecosystem for development. Okay, next. Okay, activities in Medini. Oh, sorry, tadi ada element, I forgot to mention. Elements, and can you go back? Okay, elements in Medini. Okay, Medini is safe, efficient, livable, community, and green eco, and also environment. The elements in Medini. Okay, next. Activities in Medini include first, sport and leisure. We have commercial, recreation. Next, government, medical, education, and residence. And then neighborhood context. Okay, first we can see the data of the site. We can see the solid and void, the building height, and then the building age of the site of within 12 kilometer radius. And then the landmarks. It is the landmarks of Medini itself. We have Kota Iskandar, EduCity, Legoland, Putri Harbour, and many more. Okay, next, we have the nearby buildings within 12 kilometer radius. We have for education, we have Sunway International School, SJKC Jaffa, and actually a lot more. We have SK Medini and a lot more. And then residential, we have Avira, back. Okay, residential, we have Avira Garden Terrace, Sunway Residence, and then commercial, we have CI Medini Iron 4, and then Emerald Boulevard 88, or also known as Sunway Lamaniaga. Okay, next. The office, we have Sunway Citron Hub and Majlis Bandara Iskandar Putri. And then for entertainment, we have Sunway Big Box and X Park. Actually, we have a lot more inside the Sunway Big Box itself. Okay, next. Some of the architecture style around the site. Okay, first we have industrial architecture or warehouse style, which is the big box. And then we have modern architecture used in Avira and Sunway Grid. And then we have conventional architecture used in Emerald Boulevard 88. And lastly, we have modern and contemporary used in Sunway International School. Okay, for SWOT analysis, it is obvious that the site is strategically located because the site is located near to commercial, entertainment, educational, and residential area. But the weakness of the site is some places is still under construction and it can be dangerous because at certain time the places around the site is too passive. That is also one of the weakness of the site because it is still developing. And then the opportunity of the site is the site and the proposed building for our work base, which is the CIPD Research Center, can be new center of attraction because it is I think it is the first research center that going to be constructed there. And then the second opportunity is able to make use of various existing architecture style that I've mentioned before to the proposed building. And then the threat is vandalism and criminal activities can happen due to lack of safety at the proposed site, not at the Medini, because the Medini itself have quite good safety features, but our proposed site, specific proposed site, it is lack of that. And also because of located at the passive surrounding. Okay, I think that's all from me. I'll pass the presentation to the next presenter, Muhammad Fakar. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next I'm going to present about the utilities and limit. Not all the utilities and
We can't really hear you.
Fakar, ada background music.
And maybe you off your videos if data is an issue. Thank you for the music, but we don't need it now. It sure wakes everyone up. Okay. Are you ready? Okay, you can continue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Okay.
Hello, if you can hear me, say yes.
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 Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please continue.
Hello. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Okay. This is the mapping for amenities and utilities. So basically, what we do is we plot every utilities, signage, amenities within 400-meter radius. Next. Okay. This is the example and picture of what amenities and utilities that we are able to find within the 400-meter radius. So, for example, street light post, manhole, piping, signage, permitting, police station, gas station, big box mall, export go-kart, and a few more. Next. Okay, this is the landscape that is under amenities and utilities. So there is pavement, man-made accessibility, and for layout, we have drainage layout. Next. Okay, this is the example of pavement. We have stone pavement, brick pavement, concrete, and technical pavement. And there is a few man-made, which is consists of concrete pathway, wood bench, ring, staples, and for the drainage, that's the example for the drainage. Okay, next. Okay, go to this one. Okay, for the strength is all electrical facilities are adequate and functioning properly. For the weakness is the pedestrian walkway is not properly maintained. For the opportunity, the proper facilities provided on the site enhance the building service for ease of management. And the threat is the damaged sidewalk cause water to sediment during the rainy season and cause discomfort towards the pedestrian user. So from what we are able to come up with design synthesis. First is that we should propose a proper landscape and distance sidewalk. We should propose root barriers and propose more and a bit more public space within the site. Next. Okay, I'm going to go through the nature feature. Next. This is 12 type of plant that are spotted within 400-meter radius, and we plot them according where they're placed on the site. Next. This is the type of animals. So for the mammals, we have monkey, cat, dog, rat. For birds, we have pigeon, crow, stork, kingfish, and for the insect, this is the list: fly, mosquito, dragonfly, and butterfly. This is the height comparison. So basically, the highest tree is the Panamia tree within 9-meter radius. I'm sorry, within more than 10 meter height with 9-meter radius. And the smallest one will be Mexican Putonia, which is around 1 meter radius and less than 500-meter height. The type of soil that available on the site is the long soil and sandy soil. Okay, thanks. So this is the SWOT analysis that we are able to do Okay, for the strength, the site has a lot of beautiful plants, especially at the road. The surrounding site has a great landscape design that attract visitor. Okay, for the weakness is that the poor maintenance and conservation of the plant leads to destruction of the facilities. For the vegetation in the proposed site are wild and not properly managed compared to the landscape of the surrounding site. So a great opportunity where existing landscape on the pedestrian walkway around the site will be a great attraction to the visitor, and the beautiful landscape design that surround the site may be implemented to the proposed site in the future. So the threat will be the wild and tall plants in the proposed site may attract wild and dangerous animals, and the wild animals such as monkey may give distraction to the people that visit the site. Next. Okay, this is the data for circulation. Okay, so we plot all the vehicle and pedestrian walkway. So from A is at the end, at the middle of Jalan Lebuh Medini Utama. So it's 200 meter from the site. It takes around 1 minute with car, 3 minutes walking, and 2 minutes from using bike. Then the road B is at the west of Jalan Medini 5. It is 500 meters more or less from the site with 1 minute with car, 7 minutes walking, and 4 minutes bicycle. With road C is at the east, 400 meter from the site, 1 minute with car, 5 minutes walking, and 2 minutes with bicycle. Okay, this is the traffic density on weekdays. Most of the road will be smooth. Slightly congested on the in front of the big box. This is Persiaran Medini 5, and congested around the Caltex area. Next. This is on the weekend. Basically, the road are smooth, except for maybe and just a little bit around the in front of the area. Next. I'm sorry. Okay. This is the time travel. So the nearest next. I'm sorry. Back. Go back. Okay. Okay. The nearest building will be the Sunway Big Box, which is only 5 minutes by walking, 3 minutes by car, and around 450 meters from our side. So the furthest building will be we decide to choose the Majlis Bandaraya Iskandar Puteri, which is located 2.3 kilometers from our site, just 4 minutes and 14 minutes walking. Next. This is the SWOT analysis. So we divided it into two. So for vehicular and pedestrian. So the strength for vehicular is that the site located surrounded by various building typologies, increasing interaction and connectivity between locals. So the weakness is high density of traffic flow on the road, especially junction and intersection where conflicts occur due to no road signage. So the opportunity is that proposing a proper public transportation system to increase the connectivity and livability to the site. So the threat will be the traffic congestion may occur, causing disruption to access certain areas on the site and surrounding buildings. So for the pedestrian SWOT is that pedestrian walkways surrounding the site accommodate healthy pedestrian movement. For the weakness is discontinuation of the path and poor maintenance of the pedestrian walkway, causing them to be ineffective, leading to fewer interaction to the site. The opportunity is enhancing walkway maintenance, such as providing a proper covered walkway to the shaded user. The threat will be the creating uncertain on sense of direction and harmful environment for the pedestrian, especially for the visually impaired. Next. Yeah, this is the climate. Next. Okay, for the sun path diagram, the sun rise at 7:01 on the east, then set on the noon on 1 p.m. and then at 7:13 on west. Most of the wind will come from the north. A few bit of wind will come from the south, mostly because it was blocked by the Sunway Big Box. Next. So this is the shadow casting from March to December from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. This is a bit of wind flow direction, as you can see on the section on our side. Next. Yeah, this is the average monthly temperature. So the highest will be on April, 32.8 degrees, and the coldest will be on January with 21.9 degree. So average rainfall, April have the, not April, December have the highest average rainfall, while the February has the least average rainfall. Next. Okay, this is the relative humidity. So the highest humidity will be on November and the lowest will be on February. So this is the wind speed. The data demonstrate the wind speed through the day, showing Johor experience high wind speed mostly in the afternoon as compared into the morning. Next. So this is human comfort level that the data that we got. So mostly everything is within comfort level except for noise. When the construction occur, some of the construction noise will be heard from the side, so around 80 decibel, which is less comfort. Next. Yeah, this is the natural disaster that happened near the site. So it's actually a bit far. And then this is the possible future issues. The stagnant water may cause potential hazard to the road user and damage to the pavement. Rainwater buildup on the site may create more stress on the substructure of buildings and deteriorate buildings material, causing timber decay and fungal attacks. Next. Okay, this is the SWOT analysis for climate. So the strength is that the site receive adequate amount of wind from north and south, which increase the human comfort level. The weakness is the site receive high rainfall days and high humidity level, which may cause probability of damage to the building and infrastructure to increase over time. So the opportunity is to incorporate passive design and natural ventilation while reducing energy consumption due to the natural wind flow of the site from the north and south. So the threat will be the site is prone to flooding, which may cause soil depletion and cause disrupt building maintenance. So from that, what we're able to suggest the synthesis is that first, optimal building orientation for solar management. Second is that if we want to create building, we should consider the building material, and the building should consider rainwater harvesting, and the building should have a lot of natural ventilation. Next. So this is the sensory, the data that we got from site analysis and site visit. So what we got is that view from site, sound, tactile, music, construction noise, view toward site, smell, sewage, traffic, and free. Okay, this is the view from site. This is the view toward the site. We actually plotted them on the map, so you guys can see on the. Okay, this is a few of the. This is a few tactile things that we are able to collect. So there are horizontal data and vertical data. Mostly the horizontal data will be the pavement, and the vertical data will be the building walls. Next. So this is the smell. Most of the smell come from the sewage, and some of the smell come from the traffic pass by. So most of the noise will be coming from the construction. It's lead up to 990 decibels. Actually, within our site, we can hear the music played from the parking lot of the box and the surrounding car and some sound of the wind and tree rustling. Next. Yeah, this is the SWOT for the sensory. For the strength, is the site is highly visible from other areas as it's located at the intersection of main road and near the landmark. The weakness is that frequent sound generated by sunway beatbox, retail park, and vehicle passing by create the noise. Okay, for the opportunity is that allow good permeability, legibility to the site area as it can be easily located. The threat is sound may be overwhelming for user and interrupt program inside the future building. Yeah, next. Okay, for sensory mapping, I'm gonna pass it to Zinyu.
A very good morning to lecturers. I'm now going to talk about sensory mapping, and we will start with the route 1. So route 1, we can see from the checkpoint 1 to 3 is located at Persera Medini 2, and from checkpoint 4 to 9 is at the Persera Central 8. And beside the Persera Central 8, we can see the sewage treatment plant of Medini. And from checkpoint 1 to 5, we have the ongoing construction, which may cause some noise. And also along the route, we have a lot of trees and also softscape, which can help to block the undesirable views such as the sewage treatment plant and also like the electric house, TMB, like at the checkpoint 8 and 9. And at the checkpoint 9, we have the junction to go to the site E, which is our site. And next. These are the photos that showing route 1, and the outline of the photos is colored following the route, following the sensors. Okay, next. And we have thermal profile here. So we collected the data on the site, air temperature, humidity, wind flow, and also daylighting. And for the SWOT, the strength and also opportunities I mentioned just now, which is the about the trees, and then about the also one more thing is at the checkpoint 9 we have auxiliary police booth that we can consider as they are concerning the safety of users at the site, and also the natural features here also can enhance the livability of the built environment, which is the main theme also for the Medini development plan. And also I would like to pinpoint on the weakness and threats, which is the uncovered clogged drain can causes the smell and also diseases because it's uncovered and littering problem causing the drain to clog. And next. Daniel, next. Yeah, okay. Back. Route 2. Yeah, for the route 2, just opposite our site, we have Sunway Big Box. And for the along the route, when we reach the checkpoint 2, it's at the junction at the NSK, we can see detention pond. And this is one of the elements that we could include for our site, that we can connect the view to here. And then when we come to the checkpoint 3 to 4, is the west side of the Sunway Big Box. We have a bus stop here. And then checkpoint 5 and 6 is the parking entry for the Sunway Big Box and is the entry for our site. And for the checkpoint 8, we have the Sunway Tower, and checkpoint 9 is the roundabout. And we can see some construction ongoing there. That is for the cinema, Sunway Cinema. And next. These are the photos. And next. As well, we collected the data. And for the SWOT, so we could say this is the most developed area within Zone D in Medini. And the node within this area can become attractive landmark and direct more traffic flow to the site. And for the opportunities, the detention ponds and drainage reserves could be linked and form part of the network of green and blue linkage to act as water element to the public space in Medini. And we could also link a pedestrian bridge from our site building to the opposite Sunway Big Box to provide mobility within the site and outdoor spaces for socializing with others. And for the weakness, because the site have quite bad drainage system, and this caused water stagnation on the site, especially after raining. And there are some unmanaged weeds on the site, causing unpleasant view and also inconvenience for users. And our view towards detention pond is blocked by some big box. And the traffic along Persera Medini 5 might be congested during peak hours. And the threat is there are chances where heavy rain causing the drain to overflow, which lead to flood and destroy the site. For the route 3, okay, we can see from the checkpoint 1 is from the junction Medini Selatan 7, and then we go to checkpoint 2 is the Sunway Grid entrance. And to checkpoint 3, we can see the construction for cinema ongoing. And then checkpoint 4 is the roundabout, and we have site A at beside us and site D at beside also. And lastly, to the checkpoint 9 is the junction towards Medini Central 7. And okay, yeah, that's all. Next. So here's the photos. And for the tour, we can conclude that our site is a cosmopolitan society with good economic development and also livable communities development. And the streetscape and also open spaces that at our site can enhance the walkability and sense of places, besides increasing the environmental value and intensity of the mixed development. And then this also support the transit-oriented development TOD concept. And the livable community is created also here is created by dense network of streets and also small blocks with large sidewalks and buildings close by. Then quality space and built environment embody the value of cultural diversity and attracts business and people to the site. And we hope that this site will create a global landmark because it reflects the Malaysian multicultural identity. Then this shall be visibly recognized as a place in the Asia Pacific region. And about the weakness and threats, because some of the pedestrian walkway is not really managed well, and also the greeneries, then this could cause the unpleasant view. And the ongoing construction causes noise and also dust. And the route 3 is also near to undeveloped jungle, so users might attacked by wild animals. That's all from me. Thank you. I'll move to the next presenter.
Okay, hello. I will continue. My name is Sida and I will continue to present the tropical design understanding. Next. Okay, for our tropical design element, we choose the veranda as our design element. So here we state the use of veranda, the characteristic, and we also done some study about veranda, which is in Malay traditional, it is known as serambi, and it is also known as rami gantung. Okay, next. So this is the sun diagram. We took it for 3 months, which is March, June, and December. And for the time, we took only for 10 a.m., 2 p.m., and 7 p.m. Next. Okay, for the buildings, we choose 3 buildings study, which is Sunway Big Box, Avira, Garden Terrace, and Kedai Runcit Iron 4. Okay, this is the data that we collect from the site. Next. This is the Avira Terrace data. Next. And this is the last building for our site chosen, Shoplot Iron 4. Next. Okay, for the analysis and synthesis, our addition is for veranda is some kinds of having a glass roof. The wide range of veranda options, including features in the existing style of the building and enhance the street appeal of the property. It is also can be an extra living space for the existing building. We also state some 4 benefits using this idea. For the luminance, the amount of light that covers a surface for veranda with glass of roof is high. This because glass are transparent, so the light can penetrate into it. The illuminants are invisible to our eyes. Okay, for the illuminance, the amount of light that comes to eye from surface, or it can also be set as a reflecting light. For a glass roof veranda are low. This is because glass also transmits and absorbs light. Next. Okay, I'll pass to the next presenter. Thank you.
So lastly, for the action plan, I'll be presenting. Next. So for the action plan, we have analyzed throughout the Madini master plan, and using their values, we have created 4 different principles, which is to be innovative, sustainable, accessible, and forward-thinking. And we also take into account that our zone, which is in zone D, is a creative cluster, so it has become for creative development in the Madini. And for the zoning, we have decided to divide it into 4 different sectors, which is educational, entertainment, arts, and innovation, so as to create more productivity within these sectors. And within the site, there's also connectivity, which is way, and also for these colors are different zoning types. So commercial, recreational, educational, and also the color for the site proposed. Next. Firstly, for the connectivity, we have decided to create a sidewalk which is very accessible and very easy for pedestrian walkways. So for different able people, and also for the residents to be easier to walk around the area. So a tram stop is a tram stop for the tramway, and also a bicycle lane for more transportation, and also a pedestrian bridge for safety for pedestrian walkways. And the first sector is the education, which consists of a mosque, library, and art studio. So for education, it is to promote more knowledge, for more different types of knowledge, such as the sciences, arts, and also religion. So in these three different developments. Next. So for the arts sector, we have to attract more visitors and for creating landmarks. We have created 3 different landmarks for outdoor spaces such as parks. So a wind sculpture, a fountain, and also another sculpture. Next. So for entertainment, to promote more outdoor activities for leisure and recreational for the inhabitants. So an urban park for children and people to walk around, a game center, and also a sports court to promote more active life. Next. And lastly, for innovation, which is an area for most of the site proposed. So we have decided to make it into an innovation sector where different developments can be made to create more innovation within the area. So an information center for research, an innovative office, and also a co-working space for the different workers. So that is it for our seminar. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. For the any lecturer would like to start first, Dr. Fat or Dr. Izura, Dr. Salida?
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I think all the group has done a lot of work during this presentation, and you have covered mostly all the things in the site inventory, and also for the site analysis, perhaps some of the things are missing. Can I ask a question regarding your simulation? You need to provide 3 buildings, right? And then the alternative that you need to do for the case studies. Perhaps I have missed that, or can you show it again? On the proposed alternative, in order to get the best illuminance for your building. Okay, for this one, can you explain why all of these are red in colors, and then how do you improve this design so that you can get the best illuminance for your buildings?
No.
Anyone?
No.
We can hear you. You can explain. It's not your explanation.
I can't really hear Dr. Fat's question. Can you repeat the questions, Dr. Fat?
Okay, can you explain on your simulation that you have done? Because you have chosen 3 buildings, right? And then you have chosen the veranda design, is it?
Yes.
Okay. I want to know why all the simulation that is showing here is all red. Is it because the level of illuminance is too high? And then how do you enhance your design in order to get the best illuminance for your building?
According to the Sunway Big Box type of building, it has quite a very open it's not so when I tried to put a illuminance that, so it just shows the front view like the it looks so that's why it looks so many reds everywhere. Yes.
Okay, and then according to the brief, you need to propose the solution, right? For this building?
What? Sorry?
You need to propose perhaps the solution to improve this situation. Let's say.
Oh,
am I right?
for the
Yep, the
Okay.
alternative.
decided to just look out throughout all the building studies and come up with a new ideation.
Then could you explain a bit more on the new
Connect with
ideations
our
on that?
building study.
Maybe you want to explain a bit on the new ideations that you have?
Okay. Oops. Back. Belakang lagi. Dekat. Like satu. Okay. Veranda,
okay, so yeah.
Veranda.
Okay, you can proceed. Sorry.
Sorry, my line is really slow, so I couldn't hear very clearly. And
Okay, I just put my comments here. All right, I think this one you have done the addition for veranda, but it is too general, so it doesn't help to improve the illuminance reading for individual buildings that you have chosen. Okay, so I think that one that could add up in your presentation later lah. Okay, for the portfolio. Okay, and then another thing, I think you have put a lot of work here, and then I'm glad to see that you have put the SWOT in every presentation with the design synthesis, but not in overall. You have put some of the SWOT with the design synthesis, but as the previous comments before, some of the design synthesis is not connected to your master plans too, okay? And then your master plan, perhaps, I think the same with my work before this, it doesn't have the connectivity with within the boundary lines of existing development, for instance, from the Sunway Big Box to your site. Okay, so those are the things that you need to relook later lah. All right. Okay, good job on the site observation, but something could be done to improve your master plan. All right, thank you.
Okay, others?
Yeah, hello, thank you for your presentation, everyone. I think it's very good. Like I have to agree with Dr. Fad just now that it is very good that you have a very detailed SWOT analysis, and then you managed to highlight the design synthesis is responding to your SWOT analysis that you have done. But then I didn't really see it clearly on how do you reflect all the analysis and the synthesis that you have done inside your master plan. So you could probably detail up on that later. And then another thing is that can you go back to your simulation just now? I think there's something wrong on the elevation and the section that you did. The simulation. Yeah, this one. Can I draw a bit? This one, this line. I'm not sure what I'm trying to show. Is it the sectional view? Because this line is supposed to be on the plan like that. For example, like if you cut spacing in here, it should be like that. And then on the sectional view, you can probably just have like a box up, a dotted line like that to enhance that this is the area that you studied. Okay, because this the red line that you have done, I think didn't represent anything on the sectional view and also on the elevation view. So probably you have to have a look at that as well. And then in your plan, you can probably just say that, okay, this is the view for elevation. Right? You can probably amend that later.
Maybe I forget.
Sorry, Rasida?
Actually, I think I forgot to mention the dash line actually is to show the angle of the sunlight that entered the building.
All right. Okay. Okay then. And then you have to probably put this cute sun there for everyone to understand your drawing later. Okay. All right. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Isra. I never know we can annotate on the drawings. I was like, wow, new discovery for me. Okay, now I can draw on it. Okay. Okay, come on, next. Dr. Intan, Dr. Azalina.
All the point have already talked Dr. Izura and also Dr. Fat. But I think after you propose the only on this, after you propose the new new solution, did you done again your simulation?
Which means that, you know, did you actually work on another simulation to test on the alternative, is it?
Yes.
I think they come up with a new ideations of veranda, but they didn't really propose on the upgrade for each. Yeah. The alternative talking about here is maybe you want to try a slightly longer veranda to see how does that help, or you know, instead of having a vertical screen to help you to screen, you know, it seems everything is in red, which means that you have too much sunlight, you know, so how you want to shade. So when we talk about alternative, is slightly more add-ons lah. Yeah, but they didn't work on that. I think they are they came out with the overall ideations.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
On the requirement, do they need to run back the simulations after they are proposed?
Yeah, if the time is allowed, definitely there will be definitely a better ways of learning. You know, how does the propose or the alternative improve the condition?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But because they didn't propose, so they have a bit of they didn't run that. So okay, general comments from me. So if you are doing your site plans, section A and B, please make sure you label all the existing building at the site plan. Remember, what is the purpose of a site plan? It is to show where is your site. So, you know, and they show the context around that. That is a very basic things to all the group, not just this group. You have to recheck. I realized that the block ratios is not the same with Dr. Fat. where Dr. Fan's groups actually show 1.91, whereas you have shown 3 block ratios. You have to figure out, out of the 3 block ratio, you have to figure out which one is the one that applicable to your site. It shouldn't be 3, it should be just the one that you have already identified. Okay, I personally love the way that you show the activities in the Medinis. It's very clear, just that perhaps the color is a bit close to one another. When I want to read on it, it takes a bit of time to really know, but it is a very clear diagram telling people what is happening around the site and which site has less activity and which one has a lot more activity. That is, itself is quite good. And I love the way that you annotate how people access to your site by bike, how long it takes, by walking, how long it takes, which is good. But if you can just analyze a bit more, on the conditions, how's the walking conditions, how the cycling conditions, is it good, bad, give it a ratings, or is it under the comfortable zone for people to walk? Then actually, it will give a bit more understandings on the each route being used. But anyway, it's a good starting point. Yeah, but I have a bit of when I read through the drawing, I couldn't understand where is the starting and where is the ending and how you actually calculate 7 minutes, So that is a bit of confusion there. And yep, I have to agree with the rest of the panel that the action plan doesn't respond to the analysis and synthesis done. It's too brief. So at least I think not just for your group, but for the rest of the group, I think what we need is at least to upgrade the linkages of all the sites, how it's being linked to one another. If you are not in time to propose a lot of things, at least we understand that the connectivity in between the 5 proposed sites, how you link to one another. Okay, that's all from me. Okay, should we move to the other group?
Thank you, Dr.
Okay. Okay, site C, Dr. Izra, you can take over the floor now.
Okay, hi, you guys can see, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to all lecturers and also student mates. So today our work base, the whole work base will presenting our project A, which is consists the site analysis, the sensory and thermal mapping, the tropic element study, and also the master plan. So before we start, I would like to say that I'm grateful and also thankful to all my work-based mates to do a great job doing this. So for the table of content, as you can see, we are covering almost 8 things from the location and legal until the master plan, the last thing. And for to introduce, we are a team of 12, which is me, Amar, Ain, Atika, Atira, Alia, Sharifah, Kenat, Eric, Huda, Atika, Khair, and also Banin. So for location and legal. So our location of our site is at Iskandar Puteri district and also at Medini city and at the zone D corner opposite with the Sunway big box retail. So our site plan is around 1.17 acre or 4,735 square meters and on Persiara Medini 5 and Persiara Medini 3. As you can see, this is the section card and where I highlighted the proposed site and also some the landmarks that you can see. And for legal, so the plinth area or the build-up area is not more than 60%. And also for the setback is 12 meters from the main road and 6 meters from lot to lot. So there, that's the build-up area. And for the parking, every 50 meters square, we need to provide 1 bay parking. So the total of parking is 20 bay, and also 2% of it will be in the disabled parking, and 20%
What is your, sorry, what is your block ratio? I missed it just now.
Our block ratio is after this.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. So so for the parking size is 5 meters and 2.5 meters. And next is the tree size. So for the regulation tree size, if the girth is around 0.8 meters diameter, we need to preserve. So thankfully our side there is no 0.8 meters in diameter. And for the plot ratio,
as stated from Medini, is at zone D, the plot ratio is around 3.34 ratio. And for zoning, land use zoning, our site is on commercial and is a hybrid between two, which is the class D3 education and also class D4 civic use. And for the street wall control framework, our site is located between the business district edge and also high street edge. And also I have mentioned from the group before how it works. And for the design regulation over here, there will be three, where has stated by Medini itself, where the signage and boards need to be 11 feet clearance for head clearance for people can go through. And for the side entrance must be 90 meters from the roundabout and also 6 meters radius for cars to turn. And for the green buffer zone, we need to put some vegetation and soft landscape on the perimeter of our site. So for the SWOT, the strength of our site is in the school radius. There is a school in the school radius. And the weakness, there is no direct access for students to go to the site. There's no walkable pavement. And the opportunity is we can do a landmark and also a notes for students to come. And for the threat is there is existing notes and landmarks that can attract the students. So next is I will pass it to history and human culture. Thank you. Next presenter. Oh, cannot.
Still cannot hear. How about someone to take over? Okay.
So maybe I will proceed to the next presenter, which is wait, why I cannot ni? Oh. Maybe we'll go back to this. Okay. So next will be the size and zoning, neighborhood and context. Okay.
Okay. Moving on to size zoning and neighborhood context. Next. Okay, the site is located under commercial land use at Medini Iskandar, where it is designated for commercial development activities. For Project D, our design brief is to design a library where the conditional use is under Class D3 education, and the site is located in Zone D, which is under South Urban area that focus on retail and creative activities. Next slide. So this is the zoning area that not only covers Zone D, but Zone E and F as well. We indicate three types of zones such as commercial, residential, mixed-use development, education, piazza, worship, utility, facility, and future development. And based on the zoning, we conclude that Zone D focus more on developing creative urban areas that include activities such as offices, hotel, mall, and others, while Zone E is more towards wellness and neighborhood where there are plenty of residential units. And lastly, Zone F is the natural capital city that provide variety of landscape environment. Next. Next. Next, about landmarks. Okay. I will be covering on the neighborhood context. First of all, there are 6 landmarks within 1,500 meters from our purpose site. The first one is Sunway Big Box, a retail hybrid park. Second, Sunway X Park that offers extreme activities. Third, Majlis Bandaraya Iskandar Puteri, a local authority. Fourth, Pinewood Iskandar Malaysia, a studio complex for film production. Fifth, Book Access. And lastly, Energy X Park. Next will be the notes. The first one is NSK, a fresh market. Second, Emerald Boulevard 88, retail shops. Third, Sunway Oval Track. Fourth, Sunway Citrine Hub that features contemporary designer offices, residence, and retail units. Next is Sunway X Park Golf. And lastly, Sunway Emerald Lake. We also include few potential nodes, which is Linear Park, Sunway Grid, and Sunway Hotel Big Box. Next. Okay, moving on is the solid and void, where we can clearly see that there are many development in zone E and F compared to zone D. The second diagram shows the architectural style. Most of the development are categorized as contemporary architecture and modern tropical architecture style. Next. Next is the building height and building age. We categorize them by the completion year, which is between 2016 to 2021. Next. And lastly, for our SWOT analysis, for the zoning, the strength, the spatial structure and urban frameworks are well planned. Weakness, the planning is to cater for expatriates and foreigners that shall be working in Madini. Opportunity, potential to have strategic function of the city on the long term. Threat, the live-in population will be low in since the ratio between commercial is higher than residential. While for the neighborhood context, the strength, it is located in strategic location, which is near to commercial area, educational area, and residential area. Weakness, passive area that's still under development. Opportunity, educational hub can become a new center of attraction in Madini Iskandar, and threat, encourage criminal activities due to lack of safety as the site are located in passive surrounding. That's all from me. I'll pass to the next presenter.
So we'll be going back to the history. So sorry for the problem. Wait.
Okay. Hello? Can everyone hear me?
Okay. Can.
Okay. I will present for history and human culture. So I will start off with morphology. Next, huh? Next. Morphology. Okay. Madini was launched in 2007, and within this year, 2007 to 2012, lots of buildings were completed, such as lots of projects were signed for Madini, and 2012 was the year the first Legoland in Malaysia was completed. So in the year later, lots of buildings were completed, such as Pinewood Iskandar Malaysia, and office building for the upper part of Madini. Next. Starting 2015, most of building began to be operational, and up until now, it keeps on growing as the bottom of Madini land have a lot of new building of various sectors, such as educational, sport, and entertainment, and so on. Okay, moving on to the human culture. Okay, I will let all of you to take a look on the data collection. Next. Okay, so we did a Google form, and these are the data collected from 11 respondents in the building near the site. So I will sum up everything for history and human culture with SWOT. So, firstly, for the strength, the area has been known among traders as Tanjung Pelepas famous as the second busiest port in Malaysia. Other than that, the area also near to Singapore and other interesting places such as Legoland, Payung Iskandar Studio Malaysia, which could attract tourists and foreigners there. And for weakness, it lack of religious activities and spaces within the 1.5 kilometer radius from the proposed site. And this may contribute to the social deficits. In fact, there is one mosque outside Medini, which is far, and an altar that is located in Zone F near the Emerald Lake. For the opportunities, the proposed site, it have potential to introduce new indoor and outdoor activities to initiate the activation of the place. There can be considered potential as it could help to give an excitement to new culture there. And then lastly, for the threat, the business might not last long as the activities that are concentrated in Zone A remains without changes. So that's all from me. I will pass to the next presenter, Talia.
Good morning to everyone. So now I will present about the circulation and also man-made feature. So for the circulation, we have category the road should become three category, which is the main road, major road, and also the minor road. Well, for the building surrounding, we categorize it into 5 category, which is residential, institutional, public facilities, commercials, and also open space and green area. Well, and we have 4 conflict and also the partition walkway. Next. So first, so first the conflict, we have 4 conflict, which is conflict A, B, C, and D. For the conflict A is in front of our site. It used to be a traffic light there, but now it has become a roundabout. For the B is in front of the Sunway Big Retail, and C also near the stadium, and D is near the Caltex. Next. So this figure show the traffic during weekend and also weekday. So the traffic condition is slightly congested in front of the Sunway Big Retail and also near the Caltex. Next. Then we have 4 entrance, which is from second link and from Johor Bahru and Kuala Lumpur, and C from Kota Iskandar, and D from Johor Bahru. And from the second link to our site on foot is the walking distance is about 80 minutes, and by car is around 2 minutes. While from the entrance from the Kuala Lumpur is on foot is 42 minutes. Well, by car is 5 minutes, and from Kota Iskandar is 30 minutes on foot and 4 minutes by car. And from Johor Bahru is around 1 hour and 15 minutes on foot and 6 minutes by car. Next. Then we show the notes. As I mentioned before, we have categorized it into 5 categories, which is residential, institutional, public facilities, commercial, and open space and green area. So for residential, we have Sunway Citrai Lake Homes, Sunway Citrai Residential, Sunway Citrai Hub, Sunway Bridge, Sakura Residential, and Avira. And for institutional, we have Sunway International School, Majlis Bandar Iskandar Putri, Iskandar Malaysia Studios. And for public facilities, we have events galleries. Well, for commercial, we have Sunway Big Box Retail Park, Sunway X Park, Sunway Iskandar, Sunway X Park Golf Driving, Emerald Boulevard 88 and CI Medini. And for open space and green area, we have Sunway Emerald Lake. Next. So for the man-made feature around our site is we have steel post, bicycle track, traffic signature roads, signage, and sculpture, parking, concrete stamp, and concrete walkway. For facilities, opposite our site, we have the security guard house. And for the utilities surrounding our site have street light poles, traffic light. We used to have traffic light, but now become the roundabout and switch box, DMB substation, manhole, air valve, ball valve, concrete drainage, utility poles, and drainage. Next.
Sorry, I saw that you have a lot of numbers, on your map. What is it? What is it reflecting to?
It's the steel post is like based on the numbering. One is steel post, second is bicycle lane is.
But you didn't label your steel post 1. So how are we
Oh.
gonna read it?
Because it's like according to the numbering. One is steel post, then second is traffic signage.
No, I means that you means that okay, number 1, this is number 1. Could you allow me to okay, on your map you have number 1, but where is it on your legend? You see, you have number 1 here. Is it this is number 1?
Yeah, it's just 2, 3, and 4.
Sometimes I will do it like this, 2, 3, 4. You know how I know, I can't read your mind. So you have to ensure all this numbering is reflected on the legend. And you see, 14, I have to count here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Alright.
Okay, please improve that.
Alright, maybe we'll add it later.
Yeah.
Next now. So coming to the SWOT analysis for circulation and man-made feature. So for the strength, for the circulation, the proposed site is near to the Sunway International School. But the weakness is the poor maintenance for the pedestrian walkway. And opportunity is the public transport system is proposed at the surrounding of Madini. And threat is there's no proper entry to the proposed site. And for the man-made feature, the strength is sufficient traffic signage giving away to the road situation, but the weakness is the lack of facilities for the disabled and elderly. And opportunity is the parking area is proposed for the user, and the threat is small signage spreading all around, causing the unpleasant sense. Next, I will pass to the next presenter.
Yes, hear me?
Yes.
So my name is Suda and I will present on the nature. So for the first one is the types of plants. So we divided these types of plants into 2 categories, which is indigenous and also non-indigenous. So indigenous means the plants that originally there. So there is a fern, Panama tree, cloudforest magnolia, Stagon club moss, Syrandia, and also Jaragoa grass that can be found in micro radius from the sites. Next, for the non-indigenous types of plant, which is the plant that is purposely planted for the landscaping. So there will be a red leaf Photinia, palm tree, spiny black olive, chinaberry tree, Yumindi, and also Ruelia that can be seen around the sites. And this graph below shows the different height of the plants in the site, which is we can see that the Panama tree is the highest tree in the site, and the fern is the lowest tree in height of plants. Next. So next will be the types of animal that can be seen around the site. So there will be a monkey, dog, crow, swift, mosquito, and also a fly that can be seen around the site. Next. Next. Types of soil. Okay, for the types of soils, there will be a grass and also a brown soil. So brown soil is a soil that can be seen along the grass and on certain part of the sites. Next will be the topography. So these two sections shows the elevation of the slopes, and on the section cut XX shows that the site is in a flat area, while in the section cut YY shows that from point A to point B, the site is in a flat area, while from point B to C, it's having a soft slope where the height of the slope is slightly increases by 1 meter. Next. So for the SWOT, the strength of this site is there are many vegetation around the site, especially along the pedestrian walkway. And for the weakness, their poor maintenance on the trees has led to the destruction of utilities provided. And for the example can be seen on these photos. And for the opportunities, the existing landscape on pedestrian walkway around the site will potentially make it the most preferred access road by the pedestrian. And for the threat is the tall bushes around the site may attract wild and dangerous animals such as snakes and monkey. So that's all from me. We'll move on to the climate and sensory.
Okay, for the next one is the climate. First of all, we go to the microclimate. As you can see, this is the microclimate diagram. At the sunrise from east at 9 a.m. and starts to fall at 6 p.m. on the west. Next. Next is the sun path diagram. As you can see, it is the from the left, you can see the annual variation of the sun path, and the right one is the sun path diagram. As you can see, it is from the March solstice. The data recorded to 3 hours time from 9 a.m., 12 a.m., and also 3 p.m. Next. Next is the wind rose. As you can see, the wind speed. The data shows that the strongest wind peaked from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. and decreasing greatly from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. The most wind rose are from north direction and followed by south S and south southeast SSE. The least wind rose are from the east E and followed by the west northwest. This is due to the factor of various season changes such as monsoon and etc. Next. This is the Johor climate and temperature. First one, we go through the throughout years, recorded monthly. For this one, the humidity, the data shown that the most humid month throughout all the years are from the month of December, and as the monsoon season is occur during the month of November to December, and followed by January of the next year. And for temperature, the highest temperature recorded are in the month of May, and for the days and rainfall, it is occurred on November, December, and followed by January of the next year. But in April, the rainfall also recorded the highest amount among the other months. Next. This is the Johor climate and temperature throughout years for 3-hour intervals record. For the humidity, it is recorded at 60% with the lowest recorded on 12 p.m. and the highest humidity recorded at 3 a.m. with 80%. The annual relative humidity values range within 74% to 86%. Next, for the temperature throughout years, the average temperature from 26 degree to 31 degree, and the highest temperature throughout the year are recorded at 12 p.m. And then for the rainfall, the common time to rain is at 3 p.m. and the second most common time for the rainfall are at 9 a.m. and 3 a.m. Next, as you can see, this is the shadow casting to show that how the shadow effects from the months are due to the solstice. Next. This is the possible environmental issues for the site. For the first one is the pollution. Since more development occurs in Medini, it is becoming a factor for pollution to grow throughout the area. The reason for all of this is not only affected by the industrial building, but also can be caused by noise and air quality when the city is finally full with the buildings. Next is the deforestation. It is the most common problem when constructing a new facility and buildings. Even if it's mean to preserving with adding more trees and having the most suitable one for the place, it is also caused the existing one to be replaced. This situation are worsened when a new project that needs a large amount of sizes to be built on the nature. Next one is the heat island. With more and more buildings being built, that one barren land full of nature are replaced with crowded structures. This may result to a serious natural ventilation and heat gain when buildings start to be more close to each others. Next, this is the section for the site. As you can see, the non-highlighted underline is the proper site. Next, we move on to the SWOT analysis. For the strange, high amount of the rain can act as the source of water and adequate sunlight exposure. And for the weakness, there's no tree at the north side and tall building at the south. It will block the wind direction. And for the opportunity, the sunlight energy harvesting, natural shading, and noise reduction at the east and south. And for threat, the puddles and water stagnation at the side caused by the broken drainage system. Next is the sensory. I'll be giving it to the next presenter.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kay. I will presenting about the sensory. So inside the board, there is sensory, micro, sensory mapping, graph analysis, or thermal profile and SWOT analysis. So for the view, imagine that you stand at our side and you look at the south. There are a view of the mall, specifically big box retail parks. And to the north, there are view of walkway, plain fields, and the skyline of the Iskandar Putri. And to the east, there are views of the road and the roundabout with the Madini signage on it. And to the west is a green area and dense trees over there. And at our side, it is mainly covered by a tall bush and weeds, as it is not being developed yet. For the hearing, we can hear the sound of the transport passing by as the location is near to the main roads and the roundabouts. And we can hear also the sounds of bird chirping near the side, especially on the trees when the birds stops there. And then the sounds of occasional aircraft noise and construction noise and also music from the mall. For the touch, we have the grass texture, the tar, and the concrete lane at the pedestrian walkway. For the smell, mainly the smell came from the abandoned sewerage and the broken drainage system, which has been blocked by the soils and the rubbish. Next. Next. Okay. For the sensory mapping or graph analysis, each of the graph, each of the route is divided by 8 checkpoints each, and the data measured is the temperature, humidity, the wind flow, daylight, and the sensory, of course. And at the sensory mapping, route 1 is the yellow one over there. It is a main vehicle entrance route to the site and to the big box mall. Starting from the junction at the north over there and down to the junction over there, which there is a police bantuan over there. And then next slide. For the route number 2, which is the main road in front of the mall. It is started from the junction of the police bantuan to the roundabout, which is also there are police bantuan at the east, and it is located south of our site. And next, Route 3. Route 3 is Persiaran Medini 3 Road, located at the east of our site, and it is started from the residential area, which is Avira and the creek at the south, and to the junction at the north there. And next to the SWOT. So that is our data. For the SWOT analysis, our strength is our site is actually located strategically over there, over the junction and all. And then it is near to the bicycle lane and pedestrian walkway. And the weakness of our site is actually it is the walkway. Some of the walkway already broken, probably due to hot temperature and all that. And there is also no pedestrian crossing near our site from to the mall. And some of the monkey wonders near our sites. And for the opportunity, the trees at the east and the south of our site actually can act as natural shading devices, and our proposed building at our site also can act as an attraction to local community due to a strategic location at the junction. And for the threat, there are some of the illegal car dumping culture at our site, and unorganized drainage system that may contribute to flash floods and whatnot. And then abandoned bushes that can attract the insects and the dangerous animal living at our site. So that is our SWOT. And as I go to
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes.
So moving on to the task 3, which is topical element study. Next. Next. Okay. For this, no, intro tadi. Okay. For this part, our selected elements are opening in the toilet. A public toilet is a space or small structure of toilets and sinks that can be used in a variety of locations. These design elements that are designed with right orientation may provide enough light that will help to save electrical energy. Next. Generally, 100 lux light level is recommended for the toilet. Okay. So for the first case study is at Edible Park. Edible Park is located within the Edible Park is located within the outdoor garden near the roadside of Persiaran Medini Central, one facing northeast Medini Central. The park often organizes festivals such as Edible Festival and Harvest Festival in collaboration between Medini Iskandar Sdn Bhd with Social Enterprise Joe Green. Next. So this is the selected building pictures and also the selected opening in the toilet which is placed beside the entrance. Next. And some of the pictures inside and outside the toilet. Next. So basically there are two spaces, male and female toilet, but in this study we focus more on the male toilet because this space get less light compared to the female toilet due to their area. Next. So this is a close-up look for selected opening details. Next. This is the Halliday study. The purpose of this study is to show the behavior of the sun path towards the building. Next. Based on the daylight factor for the entrance, it shows the red color where lighting and glare are intolerable, while the thermal comfort is uncomfortable. And inside for the yellow color, the lighting and thermal comfort is tolerable, but the glare is uncomfortable. Next. Based on the illuminance study, the lux show for this toilet is higher than 100 for the recommendation illuminance in the toilet. Next. So in order to reduce the lux, we identify the issues is that the entrance to the toilet has no suitable cover on it and it is only covered by a tree as a shade. This cover makes the entrance a bit dark, but if the tree is removed, the area and even the inner toilet will be too bright. To overcome this, a shading device can be installed to balance the illumination, but the existing opening area is still limited, and if a shading device is installed behind it, it will block the light from entering in that opening. So our suggestion is that in order to achieve the preferable lux, the movable shading device, which is tree, must first be changed to a fixed shading device. However, even though the shading device is installed at the roof entrance, the lux in the inside toilet is still high due to direct sunlight exposure. As a result, the shading device must also cover the exposed area too. Next. Next. Okay, so the shading device somehow look like this. Next. This is the outcome of luminance distribution inside the toilet. Next. This is the outcome for illuminance, which is quite near to the preferable lux. Next. And the daylight factor result for lighting, glare, and also thermal comfort are quite near to acceptable. Next. I will pass to the second case study.
Okay, so I'll continue with the case study 2, which is the expat survey Iskandar. Next.
You have to speed up a bit, okay?
Okay, sure. The expat survey Iskandar is located at a southwest direction from proposed site, and it contains a single-story toilet with wooden fence built at both sides of the toilet. And the toilet is built in a way such that the wall structure and also the roof structure is separate, creating openings for daylight. Okay, next. These are the images of expat survey Iskandar and also the toilet entrance. Next. These are the images collected during the site visit about the light source and also the openings. And the sketches show the location of the artificial light and also the openings. Next. This is the Heliodon study to study how the roof shade the building from direct sunlight. Next. Daylight factor is also carried for the toilet. Next. And from the daylight factor and illuminance simulations, it indicates that the sites and entrance of the toilet is having a higher value of lux. Next. The high level of lux is due to the lack of overhang at the side of the toilet, as well as the opening located at southwest direction, which may bring in excessive light. So we propose to have and extend the overhang at the northeast elevation of building, and also adding adjustable vertical louvers at the southwest elevation of building. Next. This is the sketches for the overhangs. Next. And also the sketches for the proposed louvers. Next. Okay, so after applying the solution, we run a simulation for the southwest area of toilet, since it is the most crucial part to get rid of the excessive daylight. This is the luminance after applying the solution. Next. The illuminance. Next. And also the daylight factor. So the simulation obviously shows a decrease in lux level, which means the louvers, they actually control the amount of daylight entering from the wooden fence. Okay, next. Okay, so I'll pass this to the next presenter.
Okay, so for the last case study is at Spark Golf Driving Range, female toilet. Next, showing the Heliodon study. Next at the Heliodon study part. Okay, so at this study, we can know that the walls at the northeast area are have more exposure to the sunlight. Next is the result of the daylight factor. Next is the results of the illuminance of the toilet. Next, so the issues of this toilet is that it has the imbalanced light because of the overhang roof that limits the sunlight to enter the building, and then the louvers lesser the amount of the light, so making it has the imbalanced light. So we suggest to change the louvers to the glass louvers to maximum the sunlight that can enter the toilet, and also use the perforated roof at the overhang roof. So next, showing the results of the solution luminance. Next. Okay, and next is the result of the solution's illuminance. And lastly, next, the solutions of the daylight factor. Next, So to conclude all of these studies, we can see that the types, the size, and the materials of the shading devices affected the light in the toilet. So basically, that's all for the tropical study.
So right now, I would like to present our work-based master plan that we name as Quality 3, that define as the quality of the elements which are social, economic, and environmental. Next. Based on our site analysis and synthesis that we did, we realized the issues that we like to highlight. First is concerning about the balance and harmony between human and nature. Second, impact of urban development towards the nature and lack of interaction within the economy. Hence, we come up with the concept of sustainability to balance the environmental impact, social and economy. Not only that, we also want to correspond to Medini's vision to develop balanced lifestyle city. Next. So based on the three elements, social, economy, and environmental, we came up with this zoning. For social, the zonings are sports and entertainment. For economy, the zoning are commercial and creative. And lastly, for environmental, the zoning are recreational and urban nature reserve. Next. So this is our master plan that we have divided into 4 zonings, which are urban nature, recreational, sports and entertainment, and commercial and creative. The planning and zoning are basically how we respond back to the site context, including the 5 sites from every work basis. Next, so this is how we plan our, can you move to the vegetation? Okay, this is how we plan for our vegetation. We would like to preserve some trees and plant more trees as it is one of the source of shades, helping to minimize unpleasant climatic condition. Next, for the land use, each zoning has different activities that we like to bring, such as commercial, indoor and outdoor sports, monkey refuge area, parks, malls, and others. Next. So from this map, we can see that we really encourage and promotes walkability, where every zoning we provide a pedestrian walkway. Next. For vehicle circulation, it shall have a smooth accessibility for visitors, and we propose 4 parkings in total, and also there will be a tram station located at different locations along the road. Next. So we've moved on to the commercial and creative zone. For this zone, we want to promote creativity and innovative area by providing various public spaces as gathering point for the creative and talented people. Next. So our ideation is to have commercial building that promotes creativity and various fun activities such as art, sculpture, walkway, and amphitheater. Beside the path is designed to be like a creative walkway for visitors. Next. The landmarks and notes, including the arts building and gallery, also amphitheater that can be a gathering point. Besides, these landmark and notes can be the points where economic or social and activities are concentrated for the benefit of our city master plan. Next. So this is the rough sketches what these zones looks like, where we have this amphitheater and straight art wall along the road. Next. Next is the sport entertainment zone, responding back to our concept where we wanted to promote a healthy lifestyle among community and providing various social activities. This zone is dedicated for those who are interested for adventures and healthy and excitement activities. Besides, we zone this as sports and entertainment area because we respond back to other work-based site. Next. So the ideation is to have indoor and outdoor sports, freestyle hall, and adventures area for entertainment. The path will be designed like a fun exercise track to promote healthy lifestyle and to encourage walkability. Next. The landmarks and notes will be the sports center and outdoor sports area where it shall be a focal point of the city. And this next. And this is the rough sketches of what these zones will look like, where we have this interesting building integrated with the walkway pedestrian track. So I pass to the next presenter.
Okay, so for urban nature reserve, for this is to embrace the beauty of nature, also raising awareness to preserve and conserve nature, and bringing people more closer to nature by provide various facilities for this one. Next.
So for the additions, for this zone, we focus for the monkey habitat. Since our site have a monkey, so and also now this habitat be more endangered. So from our activities that we make for this zone, we can protect this habitat from endangered. Like example, we can make like clinic, nursery, monkey refuge area, and so on. And for the path, the visitors can use this path to look monkey habitat around this path. Next. So this is like my notes for this one, which is we make for the public spaces, waterfall and river, and also for the clinic and nursery. Next. And this is some sketches for monkey refuge area for this zone. Next. And for the recreational zone, this zone is a leisure place to balance between the life and work, and also to improve psychological and mental health by provide a various type of softscape and hardscape, as well as facilities to help reduce or to release stress. Next. So this is our edition for this one, which is we make activities like open green spaces for the so the visitors can feel more closer to the nature. And for the path, we add more flora and plants, more plants around this path, so the visitor can feel the nature through this path. Next. So the landmark and notes we make for this zone is we make for the pavilion, cinema, cafe, lake, and for the playground. Next. And these are also some sketches which is for the cafe area and for the playground area for this zone. So in conclusion, for our site master plan, we want to focus the sustainability, and we want to maintain the sustainability. So from that we can make a balance and we can make a harmony feel, and also we can increase our concern to the nature. So I think that's all from our side master plan. I give the presentation back to the Amar. Thank you.
Okay, that's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentations. Will Dr. Azalina and Dr. Indan, you would like to go first?
I have some point on the type of soil. I see that you have find two type of soil. One is a soil and also one is a grass. May I know what is your reference? Do you get grass is a type of soil? Can you show me again, or that's my mistake, or do you have any justification? Type of soil you say grass. Did you refer any on that?
Sorry, kind of grass. I referred to the seniors board, and that shows that grass is included under the types of soil. So I use seniors board as a reference.
Okay. Okay. And then on the Heliodon study, I wondering because of referred to the senior board, they use a real model. So Heliodon is a device. So I'm not sure. Is it suitable? The name it Heliodon study or study shadow mask study? I'm not sure. Okay. Anyone can clarify this, or perhaps the lecturer also, because a Heliodon is the device, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they are not using a real model. They didn't put because of this
Yeah.
is a study mask, study shadow mask. So maybe we can clarify on this, I think.
Maybe
So
more on just a sun path.
shadow mask,
Yeah,
something shading mask or whatever shadow, kan,
yeah,
because of
yeah. Because they are not producing the physical model and to
yes.
bring it to the lab for testing.
Yes, Heliodot is a device. If
Mhm.
I'm not mistaken, it's a device. So maybe we need to change this name, I think.
Yeah.
Good. That's only my point. Thank you. But
Okay.
overall, it's very good, especially on the master plan, very detailed. And then what I is a good point on you have studied on the circulation pedestrian, so it's very good. And then you are classified with the zone, so I think it's a very good job on the master plan. So that's all for me.
Okay, Dr. Intan.
Okay, overall, this group has done a very good site analysis and so on. But just on the master plan, a little bit comment where I see that your ideation on the monkey is a bit too much. Maybe you can elaborate with other types of animals that you might find interesting, because it seems like you are going to focus on the habitat of the monkey only for your master plan here. I mean, as you go through with the sketches, I think just too much on the monkeys. Maybe you can add on something else. But overall, very good, and I think that's all from me.
Okay, okay, okay. Oh no. Sorry, because Dr. Fa mentioned there is a bit of things, urgent matters, and then it was. I hope it's not high yet. So yeah, a bit of disturbed here. Okay. Okay. For the comments, let me just place my comment here. Dr. Fa has a bit of things to do with now. The faculty just called, so maybe she wouldn't able to give the comments. But she promised that maybe later, if she has the time to go through the recording, then she can give her piece of comments. Okay, for my part, first, when I go through your presentation board, I think you have all the information, but in terms of translating the information to becomes a presentation board, I think that there is still a bit of improvement you can do to your board, because currently there are quite a lot of writings, and when you have to understand that this is not a report, this is a presentation board, and your presentation board has to be in a way to ease your audience to understand your board in a better way. So I think in terms of graphic, you need to have a bit of improvement. Maybe not so much on the project A, but you have to understand that for your final presentation, the board itself need to speak for you. Even that you are not there, the board itself could to speak on behalf of you. And when I look at it, a lot of tags, a lot of wording, possible to have the tags, but maybe you try to bold the important things so people can easily look through your board and understand what the things that you're trying to convey. I find that there are a lot of things that you put the information into the board, but I didn't know what is your stand. For example, it's like the traffic, talking about conflict. I know, is it a positive things or is it a negative things? Rather than you just get the information and place it in, you have to actually give us a bit of your thoughts to analyze it. Inventory first is that you get all this information, all these are conflict. But during your analysis, then you will tell us what you think about the conflict. Is it a good conflict? Is it bad conflict? Does this conflict bring advantage or disadvantage to your side, rather than just put it in and say that this is a conflict? Does it, if that's the case, it makes you are putting the inventory things on it, but not so much on the analysis and synthesis. When we talk about analysis and synthesis, that it actually means that you started to analyze whether those information fall under which category and what you should do to them. So some of the information, not just your group, I do think that the rest of the group have this problem too. Okay. And the SWOT at the sensory board, when I read through it, it isn't reflecting the inventory captures. Okay, you were talking about the disconnected walkway. You are talking about the plant and tree. So if you go through that, it actually not a SWOT doing particularly for the sensory part. Yeah, it's more of like doing the rest of the things. But if you are talking about SWOT for the sensory board, you should focus whether the wheel, you have 3 routes. Which route is the best? Which route holds the strength? Which route has the potential? You should analyze back to the back to whatever things you have captured. So, over here's a broken walkway. That I think that could fall under the circulations where its holes are more significant over there. Yeah, so you should be analyzing the wheels, the smell, the sensory. Is it monotonous? Is it monotone? Is it very interesting? Yeah, those are the things you should look at. Okay, and okay, this one is not. The tropical study board is complete. I download it and check that it is complete, just that the file is too huge. I couldn't see everything. The shadow casting need to redo. Currently, you just put plant at the side. How about, so sometimes we have to be smart, with our presentations. If you put a plants on it for your shadow casting, doesn't it looks weird? So what you should do is that maybe you want to zoom out to capture a slightly bigger context with some building around, rather than place a plant in the middle and talk about the shadow casting. So what I advise my group is that you zoom it out a bit, capture some buildings so that together with the buildings and your site, you can look at it as a whole. And master plan, yep, I agree with what this master mentioned earlier. You have quite a lot of things done in that, but I just find that it's a bit of lack of explanations. For examples, like the vegetations, when you explain to me, you just say that, okay, so this is how we plan for the vegetation. I think I'm much more interested to know why are you planning in such a way, and what triggers you to do the planning in such a way. And if you are just giving us like, oh, we are planning the vegetation in such a way, my second question is that even you do not do the site inventory, you can do this thing what? Tak perlu pergi site. I think someone can come up with something similar like this. But of course, I understand this is a second year, but I just want to point it out to you that, sometimes it is not about the end product. It is the justification on why are you doing this thing. Why are you I just give me the approval. Waiting for the presenter. Okay. For example, it's like, why are you putting plant along the edges? Is it because that you decided that you need to have a pedestrian walkway along the way, and you are thinking that all this vegetation could provide a shade for the user along the way? There must be a reason on why you want to do all these things. And suddenly, there is the other vegetation around here. So I see there are some thoughts around it, but because it's not explained, we couldn't understand like why and how you derive to this planning. The rest for the zoning as well. So when it comes to this, it is easier, after we have done our site inventory and study, we summarize that, for vegetation, how we should plan it in such a way, there are a few categories, and that's the category you use to plan for your vegetation. I think that is good enough already. But I think that I love the monkey ideas. It's quite out of the box, but yeah, that in order to propose that, there is a lot more study need to be done. But understand that it's only a 3 weeks exercise, and yeah, it seems quite interesting. Other than that, I think it's a good process for all of you to go through and get your hands into the master plan and started to plan for it, and start to understand that how to relate the action plans, how to relate your common design together with the site inventory, because that will be the problem. You see, when all of this started to go into your individual, and all of a sudden the site inventory is more one subject, and you start your own site inventory. We see too much. So make sure you are not one of them, okay? Okay, that will be all from me. If Dr. Fat would like to give some comment, you can. If not, then we will moving to the next one. City, I think previously when I saw the bot at the Google Drive, it seemed incomplete. But when I download it and I check through it, it's actually complete. It's a complete bot. Okay, so we will move to my work base. Could you take over now?
Okay, thank you all lecturers.
Dr. Fat has a bit of emergency, so we need to finish by lunch hour, which is 1 to 1:30 as soon as possible. So I will be quite strict with the timing, okay? Okay lah, sikit extra lah. Okay, ah? Okay.
Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Right.
But the other
I
music
cannot
lah.
hear.
Cannot hear the music, ah?
Yeah.
Oh, I do not know.
How?
What's wrong?
Yeah, sometimes when you
What's wrong
share,
with the
you have to.
setting?
Yeah,
One sec. I'll reshare.
it's okay. You sing yourself lah.
One sec. Okay. Should be okay now. Can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello. I'll be the first to present our presentation from Workplace AR Chan. There is a link for our mural board in the chat for viewing. I'll be presenting history and human culture, although I won't be touching on history and morphology because previous groups have presented these informations. So Ayman, can you move to the issues? Okay, moving on to the background issues of Medini, there are a few issues that Medini is currently facing. The first is expensive houses. Medini's median price for housing unit is too costly for most people's average salary, so there are many unowned houses in Medini, leading to less population. Next is due to the COVID-19 that causes houses owned by international bodies not occupied since international borders are closed. Lastly, Medini's development rate is facing competition with developing cities such as Forest City and UEM Sunrise. Next is the smart city typology. Does Medini fulfill the smart city requirements? There are a few requirements that we took based on online references. So as you can see here, Medini fulfilled most of them, but there is one that Medini failed to fulfill, which is the affordable housing, especially for the poor. And according to Medini's development planning, there are no plannings for affordable housing so far. Next. For lifestyle, currently Medini focuses activities for the well-off people, such as shopping and entertainment. Next. For local and for activities and local events, there are various events held on Medini, such as an annual Medini Live at Mall of Medini, and also cart boot sale at Sunway Big Box. Next. For the SWOT, for the strength, interesting events held frequently to attract visitors permanently. For the weaknesses is the events held are far from Zone D, opportunities, a spacious space to hold events, and for stress, events held might be politically influenced. That's all from me. I'll pass to the next presenter.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
So I will handle about the location and legal zoning group. So next, so as we know, our site plan, the key plan is Iskandar Medini Iskandar Puteri. So and the location plans the specific for the zone D, and then our site is located at in front of the Persiaran Medini Central 8, and then nearby Persiaran Medini 3, and then over here as you can see the site photo here is the view of our site based on these numbers here, 1 2 3 4, and then the red shape is our site, and then next, so this our north elevation, east elevation, and based on the road 1 2 3. So and last our section. Next, yeah, there's our section. So yeah, we go to the zoning and legal. So so yeah, this is about the zoning. So what I want to point here is the word for the committed part. The committed is means that according to the Medini Development and Master Planning Volume 1, the reference that I got from it. So the committed means the future development that Medini Development want to develop the place at the Medini Iskandar Puteri. So yeah, as you can see here, we have the committed neighborhood and committed existing road, existing recreational, committed existing facilities, committed commercial. So there's a lot of things that Medini Iskandar plan for this city. So we're moving on to the SWOT. All right, for the SWOT, the strength is strategic location located in a developing area of Medini. For example, it all covered by the future development of industrial zone, commercial, residential zone, recreational zone that surrounded by the site in the zone D at Medini. So the opportunity is a chance to be a sprawling cityscape, a note for the future inhabitants, a chance to give our site can be more interesting and attraction to the people will come and make it an active space. So the witness of the zoning is a site surrounded by the passive space, a lot of nature and inactive space, lack of activity of the site, and then the threat is failure in development. Site turns the area into a ghost town. So yeah, that's the threat. So we're moving on to the legal. So these are legal here. So the the plot ratio and heights based on the also based on the Medini development and master planning, the main land use as class B. So according to our work-based final project is will design the office management. So the class B is to refer to the business design. So the freestanding is a 1 to 6, and building height is not more than 4 stories. And then plinth area and setback. So the side setback is 12 meter from the main road and 6 meter from the lot that's surrounding the site. And then for the parking lot, 1 car parking lot, like 75 floor space. And then let's like estimate the parking lot is a 10 to 13 parking lot. So for the motorcycle parking lot is a 20%. Estimate for the 4 to 6 vehicle parking lot for the motorcycle, and 2% including disabled people parking lot. So next, the SWOT. All right, the SWOT is the strength for the legal is that site is located at the business commercial area and in front of the park edge, main road and walkway. So another strength is the big amount of trees surrounding the site in the zone D. So the opportunity will develop with nature surrounding an aesthetic building that can attract the community at the Medini Iskandar Puteri to the site A in the zone D. So the witness is there's a lot of empty space surrounding the site, a lot of area that will develop by time. Yeah, it will take time to develop the place. So the threat is, which is the surrounding of the site will look dull and inactive, and also the site cannot be achieved as a planned city. So that's a threat. So I think that's all for the group legal and zoning. So I'll pass it to the neighborhood context and escalation. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
As well.
Right. So I'm Valerie. I will be presenting for neighborhood context and circulation. Next. So generally, this is the info that I collected and what I concluded in a chart manner for all the zones in Medini. Next. So here are the general information of zones. I won't be explaining this much because all team actually presented a similar thing. So I would just like to highlight that the keywords for Medini itself and how it actually developed the entire zone. The keywords of Medini is livable, distinctive, vibrant, connected, safe, beauty, and people. This is how basically how they would like to connect and unite all people in the zones in this Medini city. So next. Here are just some information about the building heights, completion, architecture style, and solid and void. We can see a bit of variation in terms of the building height and the year of completion. The year of completion is basically from the year 2015 to 2021. So in terms of architectural style, mainly it's like industrial and modern. So solid and void, yeah. Okay, next. Okay, next will be the nodes. I won't be explaining this much. Basically, it's about Energy X Park, the Emerald Boulevard. I didn't really take Emerald Boulevard as one whole as the nodes because the department, the area itself is not that high up. While there are only few stores there that actually bring the vibe that actually connects people there, which is the BBQ, Korean BBQ store, and also the J&J Korea Premium Mart. Next will be book access, Summit Trackable, golf driving range, NS Key, and also the Expat Summit Iskandar. Next. The landmark that I've listed is just Majlis Bandaraya Iskandar Putri and some big box because the building it's high enough and it's easy enough for people to actually spot it as a landmark. While the future nodes and I would say the potential nodes there, it will be somewhere big box hotel and office, somewhere great service apartment, and also the linear park. Next. So as for the SWOT, I divide into two, which is the zoning SWOT and also neighborhood context SWOT. We can, in terms of zoning SWOT, the strength is definitely the location of the site itself, where I would say it's located right in the center of Medini, where it acts as a indirect linkage that links all zones. It links all zones together, so it's like a strategic point where they actually meet up in the middle, and it actually helps to direct them to access to all other zones. So as for the weakness is the current state of development. We can see the one that I annotated in brown, that one is the development in the area. We can see it's not a lot of building there. It's not really that growing well for now. So the opportunity is how the strength it leads to it becomes it ables to becomes a midpoint for other zones user to actually make it a midpoint for them to meet up to at a area for them to have a revival spot for them. So next, as for the thread is the site is lack of, since the site is lack of development, so it might actually leads to the encourage of more criminal activity. So next will be neighborhood context SWOT. We can see it's surrounded by various medium to high density nodes and landmark there, where it's able to lead the user to easily spot our site in that if our location is there. The weakness is definitely because Sunway is big box itself is located right below our site. Right below the site, sorry, the red point there is our site, is site D. So Sunway big box is located right below it. So all the user from the node, southern region of the nodes can hardly actually notice our zone, our so-called zone, the creative zone. So it's actually hard for them to notice our zone. So the opportunity is definitely since a lot of nodes and landmarks there, so it's easily become a future active area outside. It can be easily become a future nodes imagine itself, and the threat is definitely since it's hard for them to notice our zone. So a lot more initiative in terms of designing more attractive elements from other nodes. They're able to lead them and guide them to our zone. It's is needed. Next. For circulation, we listed out annotated out some parking, some bus stop, some conflicts. So the reason why we actually enhance on this conflicts is because this 4 main conflicts is located at the junctions near to our site, and it actually affects the flow in terms of the pedestrian and also the traffic movement there, and it actually helps to improve how user to notice our site. Because the movement, the conflict is there, it able to help them to slow down the movement, and it helps them to easily actually spot our site there. Next. In terms of density, we divide it into 3 period, morning, intermediate, and night. So from 8 to 10, we can easily see it's low traffic, while 12 to 7 p.m. is the high traffic, and also at night is definitely back to low traffic or medium traffic. So in terms of the types of vehicle in the area, during the day we can easily spot like cars and motorcycle. But intermediate, we can see a lot of like construction trucks there, because a lot of zones there is under construction, right? So there's a lot of buses and trucks there. So in night, it will back similar back to in the morning, back to normal cars and motorcycle. Next. So here are the easiest accessibility to site that we listed. It's basically the few roads that actually pass through the landmark, the node, sorry. So as for example, Jalan Pasaran Madini Central 7, which pass through some track over entrance, it is the nearest entrance to our site. So the table is basically the one that we listed the nearest to our site. Next. So in terms of vehicular flow SWOT, we can easily see the strength of the SWOT itself is the circulation in our side. It's basically how the easy access, because we are actually near to the main road, so it actually is a lot of access in terms of like linking one zones to another. Next, the weakness is definitely the conflict itself, since we already highlighted in the beginning. Because of the conflict of all the junction itself, it helps, it leads to uncontrolled intersections because of the lack of signs and signals by the user. The opportunity is definitely, since we are located to the main road, right next to the main road, so it actually eventually leads to a lot of numerous tertiary and secondary road that helps us to ease our movement, user movement to other zones. In terms of the threat, is definitely caused by the conflicts. The excessive conflicts actually leads to the rise in the traffic congestion. Next. For pedestrian flow SWOT, the strength is definitely nearest active nodes. The pedestrian is linked because since there are already existing pedestrian walkway there, it's just the matter of like the maintenance wise. But then we take it as a strength because it's already there. It's just for us to redesign it and upgrade it. So it's our strength where it actually linked already prepared there. So the weakness is how the lack of pedestrian lane and bicycle lane in terms of the continuity from one side to another, from one zone to another. The lack of continuation there is actually create a bit of confusion for the user to actually links from one side to another. Next, in terms of opportunity, is definitely encourages more sustainable movement since a lot of pedestrian walkway is available there, so it eventually encourages more sustainable movement. And threat will be no covered walkways because since Malaysia is a humid country and all, if we propose like more pedestrian walkway, it's hard for the user to use also because due to the humid weather. So that's it for me. Next.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, next. So now I'm going to talk about the amenities mapping. So this is the public spaces, water supply, drainage, electric supplies, and core substations and stickage all marked in the map. So as you can see, that's the minimum of the public spaces, the blue color one, such as the parking and the sitting area near to the site A. So next. So next is the main map mapping. In this map, it shows clearly the accessibility and the main map in the radius of the 500 meter from the site. So the great accessibility will create a lots of the opportunity to enter the site. For the existing building below that, Sunway Big Box doesn't have any linkage to the residential area, limiting the opportunity for the residents to enter the site. And there are also no bicycle parking nearby. Next. Next about the SWOT analysis. For the strength, that's the existing parking and multiple entrance opportunity. For weakness, there's the minimum utilities such as public spaces, parking, and bus stop. This will jeopardize the users of the site comfort. For opportunity, because of the multiple entrance into the site, it will create a sense of the welcoming. For the trends, because of the lack of the public transport opportunity, people doesn't have the personal transport will have the hard time visiting the site. Next about the design synthesis, proposing the public spaces such as the public art, fountain, street furniture, and the gazebo box. These utilizers can help to create a sense of the space to the site. Next about proposing the street scrap furnishing for the minor roads such as the benches, recycling bin, and ash urn. The third one is the proposing the parking space near the site so that the user can park safely other than on the roadside. So next I'm going to talk about nature. So we already categorized three types of the tree, which is the ornamental, fruit bearing, and flowering trees. Next, with continuing the grass and shrubs, birds, and last about the animals. So next. So here, according to the graphs, mimosas can be seen mostly at the site which is the 8, while the Ficus benjaminia least seen at the site which is the about 4. So next. So next is about the screen scrap. This is the guideline is referred from the Medina guideline book. Here have the 5 different aspects, which are the gap between trees, sizing, functions, maintenance, and green zone at the street scrap. So I will quickly summarize this. The gap between trees. Trees should be planted about 8 to 10 meters away to reduce the maintenance and water requirements. For sizing, street trees should be respond with a scale and proportions. For functions, selected trees should be provided shade to minimize the climatic conditions. For maintenance, low water use plants or trees are best suited for the street scrap. And the last about the green zone at the street scrap, grass, landscape, and the shady trees should be included at the street scrap and a median. So next about the pictures. The first picture is about 30 meter of this street crab is taken from the Garis Panduan JPBD, while the second one is taken from the Medina guideline book. So here I'm highlighting the spaces allocated for the each street crab for the landscaping. For the first one, it's allocated about the 3 meter, while the below one is allocated from 0.7 meter to 1 meter. However, 3 meter is the most suitable for growing trees at a street crab. So next I'm going to talk about the existing street crab. So here we can see that the 3 meter is allocated for the soft land, as can seen in the pictures below that, and 1.5 meters for the walkways. And the distance between each tree is about 10 meters away as follow the Medina guideline book. And lastly, about the SWOT analysis. For the strength, that's the 10-meter height of the trees is located the southern part of the site, which will give the sunshade and the fresh air to the site. For the weakness, there's lack of the trees at the northern parts to create the sun shading, and also it will be acted as the noise barrier since it's facing to the road. For the opportunity, the street trees are planted along the road will give the pleasant views when passing by it, and also it's easy to maintain. And also it is the 10 meter away, which is the require less water to maintain. And for the threats, that's the monkey can be seen in the site, which will cause some disturbance to the users. That's all for me.
So presenting my part for sensory, and then we will move on to Tang. So for sensory, I have separated it into 2 parts, which is macro and micro, and analyzed it based on the positive views and the negative views. Such as the view of the guardhouse, which is symbolizes the safety and privacy in the area, the distant views of the construction building, and the Sunway Big Box, which emphasizes on the variety of the view, and the view to the entrance of the Sunway Iskandar, which symbolizes the possibility for the future comings of the smart city. While the negative views focuses on more barren parts of the area, such as the side path and the lake view, which supposedly has a lake but is unable to see due to the contour. The side path to the site, which does not add much variety to the aesthetic of the area, and the view to the Sunway Big Box, in which inherently blocks a lot of the uh, key views of the area and doesn't really showcase, as the Sunway Big Box design is very plain. Next. Then we have the panorama view, in which can be showcased as a method to show the variety of elements of the routes that are often used by cars and are packed. The view also has the view of the Sunway Iskandar entrance, and it overall symbolizes the possibility for a more modern city, since it's still barren. There are two noise pollutions in the area, mostly consisting of the intersections in the near Medini 5 and the near our site, in which has been reported to cause a lot of noises from commotions from cars and also construction. And smell pollution, in which occasionally there are some certain trash that are thrown in the site, especially in the more damp areas, which causes more a more pungent smell that can cause smell pollution. So next. Now we can focus on the micro views of the sensory of the micro. So there are two in terms of the views. So there's the positive and negative views, in which the side path near the site is a method to people to interact with the path and into the area of the site. The south view of the site is inherently a barren view, but it symbolizes a lot of variety, such as the overseeing development area there and the Sunway Big Box, and also the vegetation and our site. And the pavement path near the site, in which still symbolizes variety in the area, which also showcases the pavement which is in front of the site. Then next to the negative views, which still consist of more barren and empty views. So the west view of the site is visually barren and empty. The east view of the site is cluttered with vegetation and slightly makes it insignificant. And the north view of the site, which is still barren and does not affect the aesthetic of the area that much. So next. Oh yeah. So the micro of the site here and the overall panoramic view, in which shows the overall vegetation near the site, and still but even so, with the barren feel of the site, also symbolizes the opportunity for development with the intention of connection with nature. Then we have the pavement, in which is mostly the textures of the site is considered in the pavement area. So the pavement area, in which the inside pavement is the aged brick materials that could be used as a aesthetic for the site, the gravel and pebbles, and the pathway pavement, which is used for the pathway for the pavement in the site. So next. So lastly, I would end the sensory on the SWOT, which is the strength of the sensory is that the certain views of the site offers a variety of aesthetics, such as the horizontal view and a focus in terms of nature, and also a slight showcase in terms of the modernity of the area. The weakness of the site is that it is some parts of the views are quite empty and barren, which quite much makes it like underdevelopment buildings. And next is the opportunity of the site, in which The proposed site can be part of the smart city aesthetic, in which the focus on nature can be an emphasis in the site and implementation. Also, if it's contributing with the macro elements, can be a good part of the development of the smart city. And lastly, the threats due to the barren areas due to the barren areas, it could cause a lacking in a significant aesthetic, in which the limited amounts of areas from certain views might limit the design, and the underdevelopment can cause more barrenness to the feeling of the area. Next, we could move on to Count to present climate.
Okay, so thank you, Imran. So for the climate part, I won't highlight much about this thing. So for first one is the rainfall and the flood risk. For the annual rainfall and the monthly rainfall is quite similar to the work-based before. And I want to touch about the flood risk, analysis. So there's no any evidence to show that there is the flood event happen in Medini site. And also, according to the Semenanjung Malaysia overall flood risk map, that shows that the Nusa Tenggara is actually located in the zero flood index area of the Johor. So I think that this estimation gives us that the flood risk for the Medini site is quite relatively low in the futures. And again, to move on to climatic informations, is quite similar, all the same. Next, Iman, please. So for the sun path analysis, the important thing needs to know is the solstices. So the June solstices is actually the summer solstices, which makes the site have a longer day. The March solstices is the equinox, makes the site having equal length of day and night. And the December solstices is the winter solstices, which makes the site have a shortest day. And below part is the direct solar stress and the direct and diffuse solar stress to give you a hint about the direct solar radiations hit on our sites. And move on to the optimum building orientation, which is this is suggested by the software of Autodesk Ecotech, which is suggested by rotating the building orientation -5 degrees from the north point. It could minimize the solar radiations throughout the years. For example, if you are tilting -5 degrees from the north point, you can lower the sun radiations below 1000 kilowatt per meter square from September to March. And also, according to MS 1525, it also stated that -5 degrees from the north point is best orientation in Malaysia for the sustainable building. Next, please. So for the shadow casting, as you can see, our side do not cast much shadow, but important point is that during the December solstice, you will tend to see the shadow tends to cast to the north side, and during the March solstice, it tends to remain on its horizontal axis of the sun path, and during the June solstice, it will tends to cast a shadow towards the south part. Next, please. So for the climate sword, the strength is actually the suggested optimal building orientation and the prevailing wind direction is actually in parallel line. So if you align these two directions, you can actually minimize your building solar radiation throughout the year, and at the same time, you induce ventilation through your building. So for the weakness, is actually the relative humidity at the site is quite high, so it makes the people's occupants there to feel higher temperature compared to the actual ones. And the opportunity, as I mentioned, that the site do not cast much shadow, so it gives a good opportunity that we can implementing the green energy such as the solar panel, and which with this it can be achieved the Medini vision, which is to be a smart, vibrant, and sustainable township. For the threat, it's actually the site is less shaded, so exposure to the solar radiations will cause body overheating and cause heat stroke, and a longer time period will cause skin cancers. I think that's all. I will pass to the next presentation. Thank you.
So next up, I'll be presenting on the sensory mapping and thermal profile. So we went through 3 routes on the day to map out the sensory and jot down the thermal features. The first route is through Perseran Medini 2. This route is fairly quiet and uninteresting. Only hordes of zinc fences and feeder pillars along the route. And if you look at the sensory mapping, the main takeaway is from the vehicles passing through. For the thermal profile, you'll see a familiar pattern across all 3 routes, where the readings fluctuate at 5 to 6 p.m. due to the rain. Temperatures started out high, which is the blissful Malaysian 35-degree range, and leveling out in the evening. For route 2, I would say this is the best route. Undoubtedly the busiest and liveliest route out of the three, going along Persiaran Medini 5. It goes right in front of Sunway Big Box, and that alone is the core strength of this route. Through the sensory mapping, we can see the route stands out in the touch part. The sidewalks got accessibility for the blind. Now back to the graphs, talking about humidity, you can see how it is in the 70s going into the evening, obviously due to the rain. And last but not least, Route 3, going along Persiaran Medini 3. In my opinion, this route has the nicest looking checkpoint, which is checkpoint 2, looking straight at Sunway Grid. And because of what we see, the Route 3 has a rather unique looking elevation. It differs in scale compared to the other two. One negative feat of this route is the construction at Sunway Grid, which could be unpleasant and deafening for people. The inconsistent readings we always got were the wind readings, as it really just differs at any time. Then there's illuminance, of course, which falls really low right after the rain in the evening. And that is all for me, going on to study of daylighting.
All right, so I'll be discussing about the study and daylighting component. So next. So for the daylighting, we have been studying about the sun path study on site model, in which we studied the solstice based on the 9 hours and 15 hours for 1 year. And the choices of buildings that for shading devices in Medini, we chose is the Sun Recipient Hub, the Hijauan Medini, and the Affinity Medini. So next slide. So building 1, which is Sun Recipient Hub, is mostly is using a louver shading device, and it's mostly just using a method of illuminance, in which from this you could refer to this. So next, building 2, which is Hijau and Medini, which is using a vertical shading device. So next. And building 3, Affinity Medini, which is using a horizontal shading device. Next. So based on those three, based on each building, we have made some proposed alternatives, which is for the louvers shading device. The issue of this is the high percentage of daylight factor near the floor to ceiling window, and getting lesser as going deeper to the space, which the synthesis is the number of louvers are increased, and the top 3 louvers are tilted horizontally to reflect the sunlight to the deeper part of the space. You could refer here to the proposed section view. So next. And for the vertical shading device is that the area receives less amount of light, as most of the spot recorded less than 1% of the daylight factor. And the spacing of the vertical shading device is increased from 800 mm to 1100 mm to allow more light to penetrate in. This is the plan view. And next. And lastly, the horizontal shading device, which is the issue, is the near the floor to ceiling window, the daylight factor is too high, which means that the spot receives a high amount of lux of light, which the synthesis of it is the depth of the horizontal shading is increased from 900 mm to 1200 mm to block the
Did
excessive.
you simulate another one to test out the alternative? Just one.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Just
yes.
a different length.
Yeah.
It seems the same in the 3D model.
Okay. So the reflux here is actually for the proposed or for the original?
This one is for the proposed.
One.
The original one also have synthesis.
Okay. Okay.
This one is to compare. Yeah.
Okay.
So go move on to the next one. Yeah, I think that's one.
Okay, for the action plan, we'll be playing a short video. Another short video.
Okay, so I will be presenting about the action plan. Next, okay. For the action plan, the theme is CURVE, which stands for Creative Unity, Respire, Vibrant and Environment. As a creative center of Medini, the CURVE is aiming to project itself as a vibrant area where the cultures meet with the people in order to achieve the Medini vision as an area that nurtures creativity and innovation. Variants of interactive notes are proposed to inspire the users. You can see the existing connectivity inside of Zone D in the pictures below. Next slide, please. Zone 1 is where all the main events and activities such as culture, performance and local market or carnival are held, which are aiming for the permanent visitors. For Zone 2, this space is reserved for linear park, which are decorated with the interactive pedestrian pathway where the users can contribute their creativity there, and also an abstract canopy design to enhance the space. Next, we are looking at the parking designed along the roadside following the Medini guideline to prevent illegal parking around Zone D. The parking is designed to harvest energy from the movements of the car. After that, number 4, in order to promote connectivity from each side and the existing building, an elevated circular pedestrian pathway is proposed. It also acts as a viewing area for the creative zone alongside preventing the users to cross the main road once the area is developed. You can see the picture in number 4. And the last one is to propose a sustainable community vegetable garden. This garden will act as a distress area for the upcoming office workers. For the proposed for site A, the pathway is shaded with a canopy to promote comfort for the users. So that's all for the action plan. So you can see the pictures of the whole site D more clearly. That's all from our workplace. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will open for Q&A now. Who would like to go first? Dr. Intan, Dr. Azazila, or Dr. Israel? Dr. Fa might not be able to comment here.
All right. Thank you for your presentation and your animation. It's very interesting to because you managed to produce this animation for us to see and appreciate your master plan. There's a few comments here. You did mention about the issues. There's 3 issues, which is the first one is expensive house, the second one is COVID-19, and the third one is competition. But then it didn't clearly reflect in your master plan. So I would suggest you to probably explain further how does this issue can relate to your master plan, and how does your master plan really can attract people to come to your site. Okay, and then the second one is that I really like the way you manage your SWOT analysis. It's very detailed. But then again, it didn't really see clearly in your master plan. So I think it's all about justification. I believe that not for your work base as well. It's also applicable to the other work base. I believe that you guys have already considered all of it, and then you have considered how are you going to translate it into in your master plan. But then you are lacking of justification. You didn't justify it a lot in your presentation, which is, I think, justification or reasoning is very important. Okay, so yeah, like the slide that you showed here, there's a very surface explanation on it. So I really actually really hope that you can probably justify it a little bit more. And then the third one is about your simulation. You did a study and focus about the shading device. I think it would probably interesting if you can in your design proposal for the solution, I mean for the simulation, is that for you to mention the length of the shading device, because the length of the shading device will influence the effect of the spaces that you are doing. All right. So that's all. Thank you.
You can continue, Dr. Intan.
Okay, thank you, Archan. Okay, I just would like to add some comments. Okay, overall very interesting presentation, and also I quite enjoy on the action plans, but I see that maybe it's a bit lacking on the greeneries. Okay, because I think you have so many hardscapes, but the greeneries are hardly be seen in the master plan. But overall, it's quite interesting. So it's just an add-on to your master plan here. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Dr. Zalina, if you have any comment.
Okay. I think overall it's a very good, very informative, lot of informations, and then I do like how you do the SWOT analysis, very detailed on that. But on the action plan, also did you classify this is for zone what, this is for example like 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you justify it is for what zone do you classify that? So do you have any justification on that?
Someone please respond. I think Dr. Azalina is mentioning is like the reason behind for all these
Yeah.
planning within
Do you have
your
any
action.
zoning classifications? This is for recreationals, or this is for what program did you plan on your master plan?
Hello, Taza.
Yes.
My name is Nerys. So I'm going to explain a bit more on the action plan. So basically, the reason why we added all the features here are mostly interacting with the upcoming buildings that we're going to have. So, example, like our building is the office. So how we interact, what buildings are features with that kind of buildings. So it's something like that. Am I clear? Do you need more explanation on that?
Okay, that means you have respond on your contacts also, but how do you put the program on that? I see they are because of there's no justification, or I cannot read for one, what is one, what is two, and what is three. So did you categorize that?
Yeah, somehow we categorize that according to what buildings that we will be interacting.
Okay, but yeah, it's a matter I cannot read that, so it's okay. I think overall is very good. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we understand that the screen is quite small, so that's why I asked the student to put it in a micro, just to ease it. But still, when I put in a micro, it's so difficult to, you have to wait quite long for it to be clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the internet. Okay. Okay. When I check through your presentations, technically, personally, I feel quite happy of the presentation until the master plan. The master plan, I think I need a bit of upgrade on that, which I think a slightly more details plan need to be done. So we will talk a bit more on that. Okay. Thank you for my little place. Good job on the videos. And yeah. We need a bit of labeling on these two. You know, currently it's just a master plan that I do not know where is it. Okay, now we will move to the last group. We'll move to the last
Thank
group.
you, Helen. Thank you,
Thank you. Yeah. The last group will be.
Hello, Assalamualaikum, and very good afternoon.
Yep.
I'm Haris. I let Adlino to share the screen.
Okay.
Thank you. Am I sharing the screen?
You are?
Yeah. Yep.
But do you mind to put it full screen? Yep, much better now. Please.
Anyway, welcome to our site projects, which is Project A. A site analysis under project advisor, which is Dr. Azalila in Medini Laboratory. So continue to our content to cover up based on our site analysis. Next. So I pass to my team to tell about our site, which is Noha.
Hello, Assalamualaikum, and good afternoon to lecturers. So I will go through the location, legal, and also the history. For the Medini background, so Medini is a project as master developer in leading way in creating Medini City as the best destination in Asia by giving the recognition and it has needed to showcase the highlight is the best of its natural offering. So I will skip and the Medini is stand behind the grow better quality, which through 5 values: smart, innovation, forward thinking, collaboration, and sustainable. So next. So I will skip this one. Next. Next. I will skip morphology tools, but the other teams are already described all the morphology. Okay. So for the key plan, which is the Medini, the word Medini as the key plan. Next. And the location type is a zone D, which our site is the site D, which near to the lake, and the site plan, which is the 100 meters radius. So next, for the legal, since our building is under the class of the office, so we will use the B3 with the ratio of 1:6, with the total site area is 1:11 acres, or the 4,492 square meters. Next. So the building height is data we received from the Johor Bahru district local and plan, which up to 30 floors and maximum height of the 100 floor, which between plot ratio between 1:6 to 1:10. For the building setback, which consists of 2 of type of setback, with 1 12 meter from the main road and 6 meter from the lot to lot. Next.
For the parking requirement, 1 bay per 75 square meter for area, 2% disabled parking bay of the total requirement, and 20% motorcycle parking lot. Next. The permitted activities within setback zone is with data received from the Medini Master Plan, sidewalk, cafe, merchandise display, street vending kiosk, busking and entertainment, and street amenities and features. Street wall control with our zone. The zone is our site is consists three of the street wall control is which is street high edge, commercial and business edge, and park edge. Next. So this is all the details of the typologies of the edge. Which I will skip off this because the other groups have been explained about this. But this is the three typologies of high street edge, commercial, business, and park edge. Okay, I will pass to my friend Alia.
Sorry, Anna.
Hi, my name is Anna, so I'll be covering the neighborhood context. So first, we have the landmarks in the area. So one of the biggest ones is the new Sunway Big Box Retail Park. And then we have the Iskandar Malaysia Studio, which is one of the biggest in Southeast Asia. And then we have the Sunway X Park and the Sunway Energy X Park, and also the MBIP, which is the local authority which administrates the Iskandar Puteri city. Next. As for the note, previous one, please. For the nodes, one of the biggest area with a lot of movement is near the Sunway Big Box Retail Park. And then we have the junction near the Sunway X Park. So like the X Park is kind of divided into two sections where the golf center is. So in between that also there's some activity in that area. And then we have near the Sunway International School. And then for some future nodes, right next to our site, we have there's supposed to be a new development called the Linear Park, which is number 9. And then Sunway Grid area also would have a lot of activity in the future once it is completed. Next. Here, as you can see from the solid and void diagram, the area is kind of a lot of empty space right now, but we'll see a lot of development in the future. And as for the building users, it's a lot of commercial area right now, but also we have residential buildings also, and mixed use as well as industrial and institutional. Next. And as for building heights, it's mostly low-rise buildings in the area, and with just a few high-rise, such as the Sunway Big Box Hotel. And as for the architectural style, we have some contemporary, modern, tropical, industrial architecture in the area. Since the area is developed quite recently, we don't really have any old buildings nearby. Next. Next.
It's already the next slide.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't see. Maybe the internet. Next. SWOT analysis. So, for the SWOT analysis, so the strength of the site is that it's located at an excellent location where we have easy access to the communal, educational, and residential areas, as well as a lot of attractions nearby. So we expect a lot of visitors in the neighborhood. And then as a weakness, since the immediate the surrounding of the site is under construction, so it's kind of a passive area. And then for the opportunity, so the innovation center on our site has the potential to become an active node due to the new developments, such as the linear park also right adjacent to the site. And as for the threats, since it's a passive site, chances of criminal activity on site is possible. Next, I will pass on to the next presenter. Thank you.
Hello, so my name is Ali and I'll be presenting on zoning and size. Okay, so as we all know, Medini Master Plan has 6 zones in which Zone D is our proposed site location. And at the right, you can see the area percentage in which our Zone D is the smallest among all the other zones and F is the biggest. Okay, next. All right, so this is a bit about Zone D. You can see there that the commercial land use is its main component because of it being a retail and creative industry. Okay, next. And then here is just the land use zoning for the whole Medini master plan. And from what I can say here, the 3 main land uses that is in Medini are commercial, infrastructure, and open space. All right, next. Okay, so here is the zoning of our site in which the smaller circle is the micro map of 100 meters from the site. Then it's the macro map, which is 500 meters from the site. So you can see the distribution of the zoning through the charts there. All right, next. So a bit on the SWOT analysis for zoning. So as for the strengths, since majority of the land is for commercial use in our site, it would invite more people to it. And then for weaknesses, there's only a very small site parking near our site, so it will be difficult to access our site if that car park is full. As for opportunities, since Zone D is targeted for the young population, we can introduce more active and exciting activities to cater for them. And as for threats, the site has become passive due to its unfinished developments and also because it's located far from a residential area. All right, so that's all for my part. I'll pass it on to the next presenter. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Kai. I'm going to present about human and culture. Okay, for architecture style timeline, it starts with the Mall of Medini being built in 2012 using postmodern architecture and ends with neo-futurism, which is the MBIP building. Okay, next. Okay, for the lifestyle, okay, okay. Okay, for the tak apa. For the lifestyles, the color of the bubble shows how often the activities are being done in daily basis. Okay, next. Okay, for the local activities, most of the activities attract to the use, and beside it shows the distance from the site to the building. Okay, next. Okay, for the human density pattern, it shows the movement of both vehicles and pedestrian, while the social economy pattern shows the activeness of the site, activeness of the area. And for the religious building, we have Masjid, Kota Iskandar, and also altar. And for the data analysis, all of them are used, and majority of them came to Medini to work and uses private car as their mode of transportation. Okay, next. For the negative activities, it involve teenagers, and 90% of the predators are male, and majority of the victims are female. Okay, next. For the people reaction, they believe that Medini can be further developed and it is a good place to stay. Okay, next. Finally, for the SWOT analysis, For the strength, local events could be introduced to international tourists, and many of the activities could be done in short period since the activities are near to each other. And for the weakness, theft, robbery, and other crime rates are still alarming. And for the opportunities, rapid developments are able to improve the quality of life. And finally, for the threat, activities and events have been reduced, and so are the number of visitors due to the current pandemic. Okay, that's all from human and culture.
So now the circulation next. So this is a diagram show the main access point to our proposed site. Can next. So this picture, all the picture is show about how the general access and then to our proposed site. So which also show the junction which is located at the Lebo Utama Persera Medini Central at Persera Medini 3 and 5. Next. So this is show about the hierarchy of the road. Next. So the route traffic for overall, I divide into weekday and weekend. For the analysis, we can see that the traffic in front of our site is less density. So it will not affect our site. So the medial density road will located at the Persera Center 5, which is located in front of the the people's because the road will used by the people. Next. So this is the diagram that I showed how the route can arrive to our site. So for the red color ones is we started from the Masjid Bandaraya Iskandar totally to our site by the car, which is used by 4 minutes, and then some is the go to our site by walk. Okay, next. So analysis. So the strength, which is the road density of traffic road and the Persera Medini Central at pedestrian walkway is provided and easy to access. Which is the weakness is probably bus station is a bit further for our side. And then the opportunity, a hub that can gather people and then pedestrian accessibility. So for last one, street, the surrounding of the pedestrian walkway is not under maintenance due to the unconstructed sites. Okay, pass to the next people. Habib.
Hello. Today I will talk about the type of vegetation. So here we have ornamental tree with the terminal environmences, Ficus benjamina, Vicus semprovensis, and we highlight more into the Ficus benjamina. So next on our side. So another we have a fern along the main road of the site. Next. Still we have ornamental tree. We have a lot of ornamental tree around our site. Also fern and shrub. Next. Then we highlight into the fruit-bearing tree, which is from the plum tree itself. And one of it is Pometia pinnata along the middle road of the Persera Medini Central Road. Next. I'll be covering about the flowering tree, which is around the lake and also around our site. The flowering tree, we cover, there is a flowering tree with the purple flower around the site. So next. So here of the vegetation height, the maximum height which is 10 meters and the lowest is 4 meters. Next. And here is a mapping of the vegetation. As we can see, our site covered with the ornamental tree with the blue tone of the color, and one of it also from the flowering tree. So most of our site, you can say that we have a ornamental tree with Ficus benjamina type around our site.
Can I just ask what is this tree 1, tree 2, shrub 1, shrub 2, tree
It's based on color code from the type of the tree.
Where is it? Because I'm looking at your maps and
Previous, yeah, this one, the ring of the picture.
where is it show that because your board you have all these, but it doesn't label properly what is a 3-1, 3-2.
It's reflect back on the picture with the ring color.
Okay, but that
Yeah,
is not
this
that is not really very good graphics, I would say. It's quite confusing.
you see.
Okay, it's most difficult to read. Okay, can continue.
Proceed next again. The type of animals, as you can see, nearby our site is around the linear part. We have biodiver, so this kind of affect our site based on the synthesis, which is hanging nest on the tree and chirp of bird sound create natural frequency of wave. And then with long tail raccoon is a monkey, so it can affect our surrounding with the aggressive temperament and sometimes travel in large groups of a group. So next. So here our type of soil, which is called a 6 sand, we cover include 12% clay, 43% of sand, and 45% of silt. So this is got from the reference from the gotane.government. Next. Next, which is our topography, as we can see, is a flat terrain. So nearby our site, we have a man-made pool, man-made pond, which is around 1.5 depth. So as you can see, you can proceed to the next. Just tap next. So we have an existing planted tree gap, which is 10 meters away with around 3 until 4 meters height. And yep, we have proposed site has flat terrain and drop for around 1 meter each line to the west side. And the landscape character largely depends on the scale, form, and style of the building, the materials they are constructed, the treatment of the external space around them, which is defined for our pond. Next. For our SWOT analysis strength, we have a limited tree located along the road with a medium distance of each tree, create harmony and legibility to the site. For the weakness, we have a poor maintenance on vegetation and led to destruction of the man-made utilities. Next. For opportunities, we attract more visitors in order to create mobility activities around this track, which is the visitor get attacked from the long-tailed macaque, defined to dangerous place to visit. Next. Pass to other teammate.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay. For man-made utilities and amenities, these are the type of street lamp that we found, the drainage as well, and we have color-coded it in the map. Next, please. This is other utilities such as the switch box and the pump house. This is other 3 road signs that we found on the site. Next, please. And this is the amenities that were found, including the police station and the zebra crossing as well. So next, please. Lastly, the main mat, which is there are different type of benches and bin located here, the monument sign of Medini and the main mat lake, as well as the Bolak Pole. Next, please. So this is the drainage system, whereby it indicated by the blue color-coded dash line. We divide it into 2 actually, scour drainage and subsurface drainage. Subsurface drainage is a minor drainage located within the site. It is indicated by the orange color-coded dash line. Next, please. For lastly, for amendment is a SWOT analysis. For strength, we see the presence of pathway and the road sign,
that can guide the users to our site. And then for weakness, the lack of lampposts located within the site reduce visibility at night. Opportunity, there is room for hard landscaping, and then the presence of lake located near our site that we can use to our advantage to make the site even more captivating. And then the threats, we may assume that there is vandalism activity occur within the area, and then the pedestrian might be in risk due to damage or unmaintained utilities such this unclosed manhole. That's all from man-made. We can proceed to sensory. Thank you.
Hi, so I will enter sensory. So the first one is the sense of sight. As you can see here is the sense of sight from a view from the site. As you can see, there's label A, B, and C and D. So for the best view from the site is actually A, as it shows the view for the lake that have actually opportunity to build something on the lake. For the next one is the view towards the site. As you can see, there's three views, 1, 2, and 3. The first one is the bird eye view to the site showing the lake. The second one is from the front of the site, and the final one is from the end road, the end of the junction. So next one is the sense of touch. So there's many types of textures from outside due to the existing walkway. So most of the texture on the pedestrian walkway are all of these 5 texture that was color coded accordingly. And the pedestrian traffic junction is only found on the the zebra crossing. The main pedestrian walkway are located surrounding all the islands. And as the previous group says, that the pedestrian walkway drainage are mostly located on the concrete pedestrian walkway. So the next one is the sense of smell and hearing. So there's 2 types of smell and 2 types of hearing. So the first type of sense of hearing is the traffic noise, that is 68 decibel located on the junction on the right side here. And the second one is the construction noise, is 62 decibel located in the bottom middle here. So the first sense of smell is the drainage smell located near bottom right. And finally is the rubbish smell located near the lake. So here you can see the side view, panorama view of the site, and also the 3 future issues that might affect the site. So the first one is problem of rubbish littering. As you can see before, there's the issues of rubbish littering that can cause water pollution and give unpleasant smell. Besides that, there's also because the lake is low maintenance, it may cause mosquito breeding problems. Finally, poor maintenance also could cause damage to the landscaping of the site. Finally, is the SWOT analysis. So the first one is the strength. So the site is located at intersection of a road, thus allowing for maximum visibility to most people. And next, for the weaknesses, views around the site are quite plain and boring, given that the site is currently underdeveloped. For the opportunity, the nearby lakes give a pleasant environment and scenery within the site. Finally, for the threat, reduced visibility during nighttime due to the lack of light penetration that doesn't reach into the site. Next, I'll pass to the climate group.
Okay, for the climate, the first one, the sun path. So it's actually same with the artist work base, and also the diagram. This diagram is actually to show that in our site have opportunity to see the sunset, which is from the Persero Maintenance Central 8. Next. Next is the shadow casting. So we have a mock-up model over there, and then we choose the March solstice, June and December solstice for 3 times per day. Okay, next. And then temperature graph, we provide a monthly and hourly. So both graph is take a 5-year average, And also can see the average maximum temperature can reach up to 31.6 and the lowest is 25.4. So for the hourly graph, mostly at the noon have the most higher temperature. Next. Next is a rainfall graph. This also using 5 years average data. So can see that each month consider 20 plus rainy days will get. And then for the rainfall, maximum can get at the 3 p.m. of each day. Okay, next. And then about the relative humidity, so you can see that throughout the whole year or the whole day, it's quite high humidity that's all above 70%. Okay, next. So for the wind, mostly our wind is from the north and south, and also we provide the scale of wind, which from scale of 1 to 6 to imagine that the each scale of wind, the wind speed will give what effect to us. So it's considered as quite safe in our side that only a small portion of wind that can reach to 28 kilometer per hour, which is under the scale of wind of 5, which is a moderate risk. So will cause a small branches in motion only. Okay, next. Next is the wind speed graph, the monthly and average and hourly average. So the maximum wind speed can reach up to 11.42 kilometer per hour. And then at the hourly graph, consider afternoon and the evening is windy. Okay, next. Next is the human comfort level. We provide 4 human comfort level, which is temperature, noise level, relative humidity, and air quality. All are still in the range of comfort, just the air quality is slightly higher than the comfort level, which is 72 AQI. Okay, next. And then is the section. This section is across the big box, and then cross to the road, and then our side, and lastly cross the lake. So for the diagram, you can see that in our proposed site, the rainy will flow to the lake, and then most of the wind is come from the north, and small wind come from the south because blocked by the sunway big box. Okay, next. Next is the SWOT analysis. For the SWOT, is consider comfort for every aspect, include the thermal, humidity, noise level, and air quality, which will provide a very pleasant environment to user. For the weakness, is our site is lack of vegetation and building, so it's quite bare and exposed to sunlight, which may give a harsh glare to human. For the opportunity, we can apply cross ventilation method in our building because the wind direction mostly come from north and south, and also a high amount of rain can act as a source by collecting the water by using water harvest technology. And the threat is a high probability of thick rainy days in every month, so it may increase the risk to getting flood in the road. Okay, next I will pass to sensory mapping.
Hello. So now we'll continue the session with the presentation on part 2+2, which is site thermal profiling and also the sensory mapping. So I will start with site route A. So this is site plan of route A, and the track covers from Persiaran Medini Center 7 until Persiaran Medini 5. Next. So this is the views from each checkpoint. So in summary, we can conclude that route A is basically a route which covers by mostly with natural environmental context such as trees, and there's not much of a existing context that can be highlighted here aside from the amenities and utilities which are provided along the route. Next. So this is the sensory mapping. So I will just keep the data since we shared the same data with other work base. Next. And this is the graph analysis for route A. Next. So we move on to SWOT analysis for route A. So the strength is that separate pathway are provided for passerby, which is good for recreational activities such as cycling and jogging. And then a lot of natural landscape can be spotted within the route, which give passerby an experience to the nature. And in terms of its weaknesses, zebra crossing are not provided along the main route, and it is harmful for the pedestrian to cross the road. And then the landscape of certain area along the route are not maintained properly, causing an unpleasant view among passerby. In terms of opportunity, we can actually provide more facilities for human activities like park along the route to attract more people to come to the route. And then we can provide more interaction between the main route and the landscape nearby, such as benches and also exercise machines. And in terms of the threat, ignorance in maintenance department might cause vandalism to happen due to the lack of surveillance. And then the wildlife may be spotted near the natural landscape, which will endanger the passerby if not dealt with carefully. Now we move on to Route B. So this is a site plan of Route B. So the route covers from Persiaran Medini 5 until the roundabout of Sunway City Iskandar. Next. So this is the views from each checkpoint. So in summary, in comparison to the Route A, Route B possess quite an interesting landscape of view and unique context to be highlighted, such as the big box, which become a gathering place for people to interact with each other. And in terms of the environmental context, there's a lake at the side of the road. Next. And then this is the sensory mapping of Route B. Next. And the graph analysis for Route B. Next, we move on to the SWOT analysis. So the strength of this route is that amenities are provided user-friendly, such as the tactile, which are located near the buildings, and all the basic supplies are already been put down, such as the drainage and electricity, turning the city into a harmonic place of living to the people. In terms of the weaknesses, less of activity seen on the area in front of the big box, thus making the area unproductive, and then the presence of noises from nearby construction might disrupt and irritate the users. In terms of opportunity, there are a few buildings under construction and has the capability of alluring users to come to the area once it is done. And there are rooms for captivating landscape, which will make the area more lively. And for the threat, due to the bus stop that are situated far away from the site, causes user to feel ennui to even appear on the site. Next. Now we move on to Route C. So this is the site plan of Route C. So the track covers from Persiaran Medini Selatan 7 until the route junction of Persiaran Medini Central 7. Next. So this is the views from each checkpoint. So in summary, we can conclude that this route also possess quite a number of interesting contexts that can be highlighted here, such as the grid, which is a high-rise tower, which is still under construction. And also we can see a lot of monumental signage along the route. Next. So this is the sensor mapping for Route C. Next. And also the graph analysis. So we move on to the SWOT analysis for Route C. So the strengths that there's interesting sculpture and landscape located along the route, providing scenic view for the passerby. And then bicycle lane are provided along the route, allowing the people to have multiple choices of vehicular type and clear signage to assist drivers and passerby along the route. In terms of the weakness, unmaintained landscape caused the pathway to crack and covered by vines and tall grass, making them unsafe for the pedestrian to utilize it. And in terms of opportunity, the existing trees along the route can act as natural shading device, providing shading to the passerbys and cyclists. And we can actually introduce public bicycle sharing system to encourage people to use bicycle, thus promoting a healthy lifestyle. And finally, for the threat, unmaintained lake may lead to the breeding of mosquitoes, which is harmful to the nearby residents, and unmanaged waste along the route may produce unpleasant smell and disrupt the environment of the site. So that's all for task 2. I will pass to the next presenter.
So for the next is a tropical design element study. We have a tree building. So on the map, we show the location of the building. The building, selected building first is the residential houses. Type of roof overhang is reinforced concrete and metal. The second building is commercial shop lots with the material of tinted glass. And then the third one is the commercial shop lot also with the material of fabric. Okay, next. The first building, residential houses, Avira with type A. So from the diagram, our study spaces is the living room. So on the living room, we have 2 windows and 1 big sliding doors. As you can see at the front elevation is 2 small window, and the section is a big sliding door. Okay, next. For the second building, the commercial shop lots, somewhere the grid. The study spaces is the ground floor area. So it's the blank and squarish space with a 2 window in front of the front elevation and 1 glass door at the front elevation. Okay, next. And then the third building, also a commercial shop lots, Emerald Boulevard 88. So our study space is also the ground floor area. For this ground floor area, we have 2 big window at the front elevation And also in the section, you can see that also a glass entrance at the section in front of the building. Okay, next. So for the factor that we study is daylight factor. We want to achieve 1 to 3.5 of daylight factor. Luminance is less than 500 but above 30. And then for illuminance, mostly our building is shops, restaurant or supermarket. So we want to achieve about 200 to 750. Okay, next. And the Avira type A for the existing and the proposed, you can compare the lighting factor. Mostly the problem is the sliding door, which give a lot of high daylight factor. So we try to decrease the daylight factor by modification of adding pergola in front of the sliding door. So we did solve the problem, but the another problem that occurs is at the point E at the end of the living room is 0.67 daylight factor only. So it's unacceptable. So we try to increase the daylight which come from the small window. So we propose to add skylight in front of the window. So it did help a little bit. You can see at the daylight factor diagram, the proposed the small window a little bit red color over there. That increase the daylight factor. But we can conclude that the window is too small, so that less effect, even though we propose a big skylight at the overhang. Okay, next. The second building is a separator grid. So this is quite straightforward. It's just in front of the building. You can see at the existing, mostly the overhang already shaded the building, and also give a quite acceptable value for luminance, illuminance, and that daylight factor. So only the point B that near to the window is 4.35, is slightly higher than 3.5. So we try to lower down the value. So we propose that extend the roof by 800 mm and also increase the number of horizontal shading plan. But the result is only a slightly effect, just slightly drop of the value. So we can conclude that this type of tinted glass shading device or overhang roof just give not much effect to the daylight factor. Okay, next. The next one is the Emerald Boulevard 88. So we can see the daylight factor diagram. Mostly the two big window is covered by the fabric overhang is acceptable value, but the problem is at the entrance, which give a very high daylight factor and illuminance. So we try to add something in front of the entrance. As you can see at the proposed, we add a tensile fabric roof overhang in front of the entrance. So you see the daylight factor. We did solve the problem of the daylight factor in front of the entrance. And then we can conclude that also this can refer to the luminous diagram. This type of fabric material does not absorb too much of heat or thermal or daylight. You can compare the fabric material and the concrete material at the point B. And also in this building, we take the point at the section cut point is quite far to the entrance, so we can conclude that about 50 meters away from the entrance, we do changes on the entrance will not affect much on our point. Okay, next.
Next, we proceed to our master plan. Next. So here we cover also the tropical design elements. So here from the March, June, December, we collect data from 9 a.m., 12 p.m. and 3 p.m. So next. The concept of our master plan is based on the, can you click? For the smart city with connectivity and healthy lifestyle. Proceed. So for our planning concept is based on a smart city, healthy lifestyle with connectivity and curve width. Its connection to the smart city. So we propose to have a covered car park with a smart city and develop to the extreme sport. So we have a skate park, rock climbing, and somehow BMX. And for the expedition, we cover to have open theater, education, and a festival. So we have a festival to connect with the open market. sculpture zone and leisure. And for other islands, we have meditation for the Zen area, rehab and jogging area. Next. Here is some of the sketches that we propose of our master plan. Next. Next. So next. Next. And here is the research on every island that we propose. Next. For the final come out, so first we have the road from the residential. You see, just click. So here the skate park, the rock climbing, and the BMX. We have the smart parking, the theater, the elevated walkway, the open gallery, design area, meditation, and recycle center. And we have also the walkability, beach island, and open space market, and also leisure place. Next. Next. Also next. This is just a render to show our master plan. So based on that, we covered from our SWOT analysis, we take from the threat and opportunity to develop into our master plan. So here, open market, we propose for open mobility activities to connect the community. Next. Just a wave walkway, so with connectivity of walkability of 4 islands with attractive activities. Next. Sculpture, which connected to the recycle center. So to propose a creative zone where users can promote their idea towards the community. Next. Cycle center, as I said, to promote the zero carbon city with the zero waste around the Medini Iskandar Puteri. Clean energy sources and smart cities also use technology to help closely monitor real-time energy use and reduce energy. Next. For the meditation zone, meditation area with ambience feelings surround with water fountain and trees to calm the site. Next. Ambience zones to promote the zero carbon city with zero waste around the Benini. Open art gallery, so here we propose the weave of art with the topography and surround environment. Zen area, so we have here meditation area with ambience feelings surround with water fountain and trees to calm the site. You see. As I said before, we have a smart parking, so here we connect a smart city required to protect the area with high security level and to achieve zero carbon city. Next. Extreme youth park. So here we propose to targeting young population with high quality recreational amenities and entertainment. Next. The open theater. So it's a place people gather to bring culture along the site to propose and the open theater to present the talent among community. Next. Rock climbing, same as usual. Next. So we also have Rui Skate Park. Next. Okay, for the smart city, as I said before, we covered to have an environmental friendly Internet of Things. Basically, Internet of Things, we surround all of our site with a connection with a smart application to propose like cloud to connect with the smart parking and our community building, also the recycle center. And also we cover to have a water catchment. Also high security level. Next. Yeah, it's our end of presentation. So we have a reference to cover up with our reference study. So that's all for our presentation of Site D. So overall of our site, we get attention with the site forces, with environmental issue, and yep, we almost cover the nature features our site. That's all from us. Thank you.
Okay. Now we open to the rest of the panel. You have
Alright.
something to comment?
Can I start first?
Of course.
All right. Thank you for your presentation. I think it's very interesting here where you can have where you have a very looks like active master plan proposal. But then I think one of the elements that I'm missing here in your master plan is your proposed site and your proposed massing or building in your master plan. Can you show me where is it supposed to be?
And the rest of the site too.
Yes.
The site proposed is just inside our sketches.
Yeah, but I think it would be best if you can include it inside your master plan here. It's this one, is it?
We have yeah, that one our site.
I think in your master plan you are supposed to consider all the 5 buildings from each work base. So you cannot eliminate that and just propose like a totally new and unrelated master plan because I think I believe that all the studies that you have done, your site synthesis and your site inventory, site analysis and synthesis are considering about the potential proposed building that you're going to have at that site. So what we are trying to, I mean, the objective of having the master plan is to see how you incorporate all the things that you have find out throughout your study inside your master plan and responding to the proposed building. So I think probably you have to amend that a little bit and then include the proposed building there. I mean the massing, there's just a massing of the proposed site. Okay.
To raise the simple missing form, is it?
Yes, yeah. Just to indicate that okay, this is the site, and then we got another site here, and then we got another building here, and then building here, and another building here. So these are the 5 buildings that you cannot eliminate inside your master plan. All right, because the idea is that we want to see how do you react and how do you connect from one building to another one, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. That, and how do you provide or fill in the spaces in between it, this one, and then this one, and the other part of it. Okay. And then I can see that you have a series of sketches. I mean, I believe that is the process that you have done in order for you, I mean, throughout your development, master plan development. But then because of the time limitation, I think it's unfortunate that you didn't manage to explain further about how the process is looks like. Because I think the process is much more important for you to explain what are the issues that you're considering, which I can see that you have come up with the programs, a very clear program for your master plan. But then the process of translating the idea that you have from the program into into this master plan is not being explained clearly. All right. So probably next time, I mean, probably inside your presentation, but you can probably just explain a bit in your sketches. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
Since you are on this master plan, let me ask. So you have lifted walkway, pathway. Where is the beginning and where is the end?
The beginning and the end is start from car park, smart car park.
Could you just point to me? Oh, so which
Yeah, that
means that
one.
if you get up, you have to walk the whole thing like it.
yeah, to explore around every 4 islands.
You don't even give a break point. Like, halfway through there is another
We
place
have
that you said.
dropped each island. So basically, first drop, if we start from the left,
Mm-hmm.
let's see, yep, from the writing there. Yeah. So we have dropped to the Zen area, so people can enter to the Zen area, explore through the island, and they can also go to the recycle center, straight to the recycle center, and open market. They have dropped there, the
I,
stair,
I wonder why
the ramp.
you don't let them just walk at the ground. Why must it be lifted?
We want to create a attractive and interactive part, which is they can go through to the different views.
I mean, you can have a viewing tower at one place. To me, we only lifted the 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 walkway or whatever things if we really needed. It is really needed, like to avoid conflict with the traffic, to provide a slightly more safety environment to the user. But you have quite a lot of green at the ground floor. You have quite a bit of other elements. So maybe just, I mean, if it's a real master plan, maybe partial of it lifted I can understand, just to create a kind of like interesting. But everything lifted seems a bit not so practical. Even the super tree at Singapore, sometimes when I look at it, it's not. I think it's only quarters of yours, or less than quarters of yours. When I look at it, I also ponder, should I go up? That kind of feelings. If you've been to the super tree at Singapore, where they have something similar lifted up. So maybe it's much more appropriate that you could just have a quarters of it rather than everything. Since I started, I will then give my comments lah. Okay. First is about the softscape drawings. Well, I think what you can do is that you can just replace the tree one, tree two, the numbers with the name of the species, the plant, straight away, so that it make things easier to understand. Okay, rather than having three types of legends. You refer the plant, and then you refer the legend, and from the legend you have to find another the plant, so it makes things a bit complicated. Okay, another thing maybe I just want to explain a bit on the track, the SWOT. Okay, the witnesses and the track, there are a bit difference in it. Okay, when we talk about witnesses, it means that it can still be improved, relatively easier to improve. For example, you talk about the bus stop place at a wrong location. So it is slightly more like a witnesses. You could just improve it by relocating that, not very difficult. But when we talk about track, it actually means something that's slightly difficult to be improved. It's not something that you could easily resolve it. For example, if you're talking about a site with flood, yep, it is a track because, or a site with erosions, it is a track because it's not easy for you to approach that. So you have to differentiate it slightly between the witnesses and the track. And doesn't mean that all the things that you talk to need to come with SWOT. Sometimes you have the strength, sometimes you have the opportunity without the witnesses or without the track. It could happen in such a way. Sometimes I know students, uh, because SWOT, right? Kena lah. Setiap tu kena ada satu sentence. So it's not that sense, you have to analyze the site. If you without, then it's without the particular item. And you just share about the sunrise and the sunset. It all happens at one time. Is it real? I thought our sunset and sunrise always changes every day.
That's the sunset that I get when I go to the site, just sharing.
But you shouldn't put throughout the whole year the sun will rise on 7 a.m. and set at 7:15 p.m.
That is the average that I get from the website. As you can see,
Then
from
you need to
the
then you need to put in average.
All right.
Yeah, because with this sentence, because everyone knows that there are times when the day is slightly longer. There are times, so maybe you want to, put your sentence, do not mislead other, just saying that, average, the sun's rise at particular what times, at set around what time. Yeah, then the information is slightly correct.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes, the wording itself give different types of impressions, and will be on the master plans. Yeah, most of the site are missing. So what you need to you do need to include your site in, because the master plan actually call for linkages among all the site. So so that it is also trained all of you to, when you start to plan, you do not just look at your own boundary, but you look at slightly bigger, considering the surrounding. Okay, that's all from me. Maybe
Can
Dr.
I
Intan?
clear things up
Pardon?
for the elevator walkway? So basically, based on our studies, concentrate on the young people to encourage them, to have the activities every each island.
You mean the elevated walkway?
Yeah, by the elevator walkway.
Yeah, but when you plan for a master plan, of course, we do not look into costing that much. Look at the Super Tree Singapore. They are having this elevated pathway, but it's actually a pay. You have to pay to enjoy that. It bring a bit of profit. Looking at the whole site, if you are going to build everything like elevated, I mean, who is going to pay for it, first thing? And then who is going to maintain it? That's the second thing. So there are a lot of other things to be considered. So looking at such a huge scheme, sometimes it's not that. Although, yeah, of course, you have a lot. It does help things. It does give a lot of interesting element within the site. Sometimes there is a balance between both. Okay. Yeah. So we only push for it if it is really needed, not just simply saying that everything needed. Yeah. So that must be a bit more consideration when we talk about that. When we do that. Okay. The rest, Dr. Intan.
Thank you, Archan. Okay, basically what I can see overall, the work basis has presented a very good synthesis and also ideations. Okay, for example, on this master plan here, okay, a good example where your friends can relate how this group managed to come up with something, a new ideation, okay, regarding their synthesis on their design and so on. But somehow, yes, agreed on the comments given by the other work-based masters, means that throughout this seminar, it is a learning process for everyone. So pick up the points so that we can amend and improve on our master plan. Okay, so means that another thing that each one of you need to highlight on the existing, because most of the master plan being produced here seems that you remove everything that which is on the side, and then suddenly you come up with something very new. Okay, so for example, you might emphasize on the greeneries that is surrounding your site, where you might keep it, okay, rather than you just change to other kind of trees and so on. So maybe we can do some like and adding to our master plan here, okay, how we improve, how we do the synthesis from the SWOT analysis and so on. So actually is a good example here so that we can learn. Okay, so means when you have great ideas, but at the same time you need to be realistic with what we are having in our site actually, like the connections, is it related to each one of the site, and then most of our building is regarding on what? Okay, so is the activity happening here? Is it suitable? Okay, so it's something that we need to reconsider again. So basically, that's all from me. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Anything from Dr. Zalina that you wanted to share?
I think I forgot to give uh, bagi tahu yang matching on others matching form to also you need to put on the master plan. So I think basically it's a very good job. You did a very well on the master plan because of uh, uh, all the work base and also our work base working on the master plan on this week. So I know that they have a lacking of time, but they are putting much effort on doing this. But there might be a certain missing or forget on some of the points. But I think maybe perhaps after this you all the students needs to maybe enhance, improve or improvise a little bit on the master plan. I think that's all. So that's
Yep,
it for me.
yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for today's presentations. Overall, I think everyone submitted on time. That is one. Despite the grades, I believe that this is one great achievement to work on different things, and I think all the work-based masters are trying our best to push all of your limit to reach certain. Some of you are good in certain, and some of you are not. But it's a group learning after all. There will be a bit of improvement that you need to done for project A, but at the end of this presentation, it will also means that is your personal your is your you are starting your personal project, okay, the individual projects after this. So it's good that you have to, one reminder for all is that whatever things you've done at the site inventory analysis synthesis doesn't just end here. It's just the beginning. It's just a beginning for you to start to look into it and how you're going to respond with your building. We always find students coming back to us next week, totally forgetting everything and start a whole new site inventory analysis. Has nothing to do with the previous one, okay? Please don't do that. Of course, there might be some new finding along the way, but it means one or two, not everything. Yeah. So have a good rest after this. And then I'm sure all the work-based master will start looking at meeting all of you for your individual projects starting next week. Okay. And any other things from the rest of the lecturers? If not, we will end the sections here. Just what I would say that is that request continue to keep our friends, our student Hayat in prayers, hoping that he can come back strong from the challenges he's facing now. So, yeah, and also remind everyone that please get a bit of good rest while you are you are rushing for your works, everything. Okay. So anything from the student? If not, we will end the section here. Okay. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Doctors.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Archan.
Sure.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Chan.
Thank you to all the lecturers.
Yang lain ni semua pergi makan kot. Dia tinggal je.
Kalau host boleh tendang dia keluar ke macam mana kan?
Boleh,
Kalau
boleh.
kan
I think
boleh.
boleh Tapi Fat ada tak?
Itulah.
Actually Fat away ni dia tak ada. So rasanya tu
Oh.
AR Chan message kita kena masuk Skype.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, then kita jumpa kat Skype lah. Alright.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, bye.